welcome esports fans. We are here live now with the EGFC Power Series, and this is the playoffs. I'm FBI Tugboat, joined with me. It's my man Haunts, and then we got Upmind over there on production, producing away, making our jobs as casters just so much easier. Haunts, are you doing well, my man?
Absolutely fantastic this morning. Can't have a great day without some fantastic Rocket League matches up to start. We got Washington State versus UConn, like you mentioned. So pretty challenging teams. Washington State's coming out. I believe they were pretty strong in their group, and UConn also coming out pretty strong in their groups overall. So we're about to get underway in these matches.
Yes, sir. Sir, we got Washington State coming on in here from Group 8. Only the top two seeds from each of these groups are moving in. UConn coming on over from Group 2. Got a lot of matchups coming on here today. Another stream, in fact. I think that's, Twitch.tv official EGF2?
Yep.
Correct? There you go.
Official EGF2.
Two different streams, twice the Rocket League. Love to see it. Love to see it.
Yeah, and then we're immediately kicking off right now. On the blue side, we have Washington State University. We have SpongeBob, James, and B900 Cool. Fantastic name for him. And then on the side of UConn, we have Chirpa, Ackman, and Disaster. So they've been getting some pretty great synergies here. UConn already getting a demolition on SpongeBob to start the game early on, but Washington State trying to put on that offensive pressure.
And Disaster here trying to set up something up top. It's always the beginning of this game that both teams are going to be feeling each other out. UConn and Washington State have definitely played against each other before, though. Washington State, like you said, here on the blue and the left, UConn right. And Disaster almost getting in front of James. James with a nice epic save on top of that one. Throw a little halo on top after some really close corner play.
Yeah, and some of these corner plays have been doing pretty well, especially for the side of Washington State. They've been able to try to set some stuff up already, but UConn now on that back foot. A lot of the times it seems like Washington State just has been the aggressor in this matchup overall, and definitely a good advantage for them.
Yeah, B900 Cool is going to be a tool in that aggressive, in that offensive play. Nice shot in. James on the offense now, not the defense. Chirpa's turn to defend this one away. Chirpa now centering this up decently. It's coming as a long cross play, excuse me. Ackman trying to corner this one up, set something up, and take it away. SpongeBob on the intercept.
Oh, SpongeBob on the intercept indeed, but James, up in the air already, trying to make some plays happen, but Chirpa going for the save in the air. Definitely one of the big things to note in a lot of these, collegiate matchups is that how good are each of these players mechanically in the air, Going for these air 50-50s is one of the biggest traits and one of the biggest contentions for these teams. If one team is just slightly behind, it's very obvious.
Yeah, teams are always going to sniff that one out and always going to take advantage of it if they realize that even one player on the other side is simply not as comfortable as the, group average, I guess you could say, would be, right?
Mm-hmm. For sure, I would have to agree with you there, but, I think one of the biggest things to know, oh my god, that ball from all the way half court. Great shot from SpongeBob, seeing that there's just a clear shot to the goal from midfield.
Yeah, and getting there quick, fast. Ball momentum was kind of coming towards him, but obviously it's about his hit. Perfectly centered up. Now Washington State up 1-0 against UConn. These are best of fives, correct, Haunts?
Yeah, best of fives indeed. Going to be pretty exciting. So, Washington State, even though they do have an advantage here, UConn always able to bring it back. 1 point doesn't mean too much, and, one game in the match doesn't always mean too much, especially since it's only game 1 here. So, UConn now going to try to at least play some offensive, but Washington State is not going to let them.
Yeah, this is time of possession-wise, always back and forth again. Would love to have that counter, seconds-wise, based on who touched the ball last, but perhaps that's something for the future. A little bit past halftime is a little interaction there on goal. I'm not sure if that was intentional by James, but one way or another, definitely shook up the defense a little bit. Now, nice pass from James over B900 Cool. Intercept comes again. UConn been doing this all game long.
Yeah, honestly, UConn's been playing a pretty defensive game overall. Just because, Washington State really hasn't been letting them get this pressure off. I want to see UConn just get some good passes off to each other. They have been setting up a few and getting these offensive pushes like here, but it doesn't seem like the team is able to follow up on the offensive side of the field, right? They finally, and B900 Cool now stemming off that pressure, getting the demo on Chirpa as well, just means that Washington State is going to continue putting on that offense, and it really just seems like Washington State is just being as aggressive as humanly possible, and the more aggressive they are, the better they are able to succeed.
Yeah, more opportunities to score, right? Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Now I'm looking at James here. 4 shots, no goals quite yet. Teammate, I do believe that's SpongeBob, has 2 shots, goal, 1 made so far. It's not a bad rate for him quite yet. James coming out, slapping from the defense, and that was almost all the way back, and just like that, Ackman going to be tying this one up.
Yeah, great shot from Ackman overall. Great setup from the rest of his team. Chirpa going for that midfield push. Ackman gonna just try to contest those two defenders, and bouncing it right off of their noses means that this game is now tied up. 1 minute left, and you know, such a low scoring game. It means that we could literally just go to overtime at 1-1.
Yeah, this is what, a average of 1 score per 90 seconds or something like that. Disaster. Not going to be out-faked on that one. He's got a few shots of his own, but none made in quite yet. Playing a little bit of defense on this one as we hit now 1 minute. James with, I think that was intended to be a pass to the middle and let him take this out. I'm not 100% sure. SpongeBob and James now, okay, the plan coming to fruition a little bit on this one. Kind of buying themselves a little bit of time and allowing for B900 Cool to get involved. Defensive rotations are in, and Washington State University is set up defensively.
Yeah, and I think that Washington State's rotations overall today have just been extremely fantastic. They know when to play in front of the net, how to pass to each other, exactly how to contest these balls around the net too. You know, they've just been playing so well today, and it does show in their gameplay. Disaster gonna try to set something up here, but you know, the rest of his team isn't there. Washington State definitely just seems a little more coordinated compared to UConn this morning.
There's been a couple good offensive pushes by UConn, but I have to agree with you. Washington State has been in the driver's seat and really had the hand on the throttle of the pace of this game so far. But see how that goes. Chirpa with a nice block right there. B900 Cool almost taking the goal to go ahead and take advantage, but that's not going to happen. 1-1. Now we're hitting a little bit of overtime. What a way to start out our EGFC Power Series playoffs, my man.
Yeah, first game overtime is something we always want to see. It means that we probably most likely have a pretty good set on our hands just because of the fact that these teams seem so evenly matched, right? You know, although Washington State, I mentioned before, they have been having some great team play. Great save from James there. Fantastic position from him. But, you know, UConn, I feel like have been winning a little bit more of these 50-50s than what we've seen. Which means that they've just been able to maintain their position in this game because of it. SpongeBob also going for another fantastic save. They've been playing in front of this net so well on the side of Washington State.
Yeah, my angle is not such that I thought SpongeBob was going to be anywhere but back of goal, and that was going to be it. But I'm proved wrong yet again. Happens. SpongeBob now on offense here as the ball just gets away from Washington State just a little bit more. To your point there, Hans, I can definitely agree. UConn has come through and learned a little bit about both their opponents and how themselves, like how they want to play and how they want to defend against play. Part of that has been having a lot more time of possession, and the offensive rotations are not as frequently turning on to really early defensive rotations that we saw earlier, which of course was negating a lot of their chances at scoring. Now, a minute 15 in, centered up decently. Disaster trying with more.
Yeah, and I think one of the things I'd like to note of this game right now is that these guys are really so evenly matched. You know, if you look at these stats, both teams have basically almost even shots on goal, even saves overall. So it just means that they've just been ready for this matchup for so long, and they're ready to come out swinging against each other.
It would be folly to think that these teams not prepared in the past week and a half or so. Obviously, some teams playing off their last few games here, but in a lot of ways, their brackets were set, and seeding was the only thing that was going to be affected by these week's games. But now we're in the playoffs. Top 2 teams from each group. 8 groups at 16 teams. A lot of midfield interaction. We've gone now 2 minutes, and that's about the right average, right? 2.5 minutes per each first score. Now we're about 2.5 minutes, or close to 2.5 minutes into overtime.
Yeah, for sure. I just wanted to correct you that there's actually 5 groups of 4. So, 4 groups of 5. My apologies. So that means we actually have 20 teams overall in these playoffs instead of 16. And then the top 2 from each of these 4 groups is going to make it to the quarterfinals. So there's going to be very exciting quarterfinals. Will be starting Sunday. James going to be able to set up that last score. Congratulations to Washington State for 2.5 minutes into overtime getting that score happening.
Yeah, 2-1 here. That was James, and I do appreciate the correction. I thought we had the 8 groups, but it is what it is. Anyway, Washington State striking first here. James, he was not going to be died the 6th time. You know, man had 5 shots on goal. Every other one had been blocked off, sometimes pretty directly up in his face as well. So, again, not going to be denied those. Yeah, 6 shots on goal. That's equal to 2 of UConn's players. Now, looking on over towards saves, I think you mentioned this a little bit. These numbers looking identical. 9 saves for UConn, 9 saves for the side Washington State. And that's pretty much the same thing as well for shots on goal, right?
Yep, almost.
Yeah, I guess 2 more for Washington State.
Yeah, they were basically almost tied going into overtime. So those last two shots happening during that overtime, meaning that, they were able to make the shots happen, therefore they're able to make goals happen. And now we're looking to go into game 2 again. These teams are so evenly matched. This really could take the full series, and I honestly am very excited to see it.
Yes, sir. Game number 2. Ready to go. As far as predictions-wise, I hate making anything too early, but what I will make is about our score lines. I do not think either team is really going to be pulling ahead too much. I think these are very, very evenly matched, and again, just perfect way to start off our playoffs.
Yeah, and I definitely can counteract it because sometimes, if you get those early scoring games, if you get those 1 or 2 goals in within that first minute, the pressure then suddenly turns on very quickly, right? But unless that first minute happens, and it does, B900 cool, getting a shot in on that first 30 seconds of the game, really cranking on that pressure, like I mentioned, to start the second game.
Yeah, so a big shout out here. Honestly, the big playmaker there was SpongeBob. Coming in the middle right there, opting not to go for shot on goal, which is pretty much directly in front of him, but with 2 defenders right there, that's going to be an easier said than done. A nice short, small, quick pass to the right side sets up a perfect shot. Just like that, Washington State with some fantastic offensive pressure so far. James coming in again, or excuse me, B900 Cool coming in again and getting that little pinball up there by our goal.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah, and it seems that after this game 1, it seems that Washington State's more comfortable getting these pass plays, getting these setups for each other now. And I think that's really good for the side of Washington State in order to start setting stuff like this. James going in for that 50-50 challenge and going to get that off, making sure that this ball doesn't end up on his side of the pitch. SpongeBob, oh my God, right off the top bar.
A tiny bit of a difference in angle, and that would have been tied up here. Or no, that would have been Washington State up 2-0. My bad. There's always a little bit of luck when it comes into defensive shots like that when they're that quick. It's hard to set up really anything and affect your car hitbox enough that you can call it a super calculator or anything else like that.
Yeah, and I think Washington State is definitely showing some just great elementary Rocket League play overall. Getting these corner setups for each other. B900 cool going off of the ceiling and right into the goal. Washington State cranking up the pressure instantly now. 3.5 minutes left. UConn has to answer.
Yeah, what a long ball, too. I think that was how Washington State got their regular time goal in the first game as well. So what we're looking at is a UConn team that really just has to be able to defend against those long balls, those hard, really aerial shots that are coming from midfield or even farther, because Washington State is... I think they've kind of realized in a lot of ways that it's going to be a little bit harder for UConn to block those off than against them.
For sure, and now UConn, I definitely think they just have to start pushing onto the offensive themselves, right? Washington State feels very, very comfortable, as we've seen, playing on this offensive side, so make them feel less comfortable, right? Put them in a spot where they have to feel forced to do more things to get the ball back into their own control, get that offensive push coming in, but it feels like UConn are just a little bit out of sync. That double commit into the air also kind of shows me that as well. It means that they haven't had that communication as clean as Washington State is right now.
They're playing from behind, and I think it's kind of showing. I think that's definitely an effect of what you were saying, right? No team likes playing from behind. The lead of 2 is actually, in my opinion, first real lead you're going to get. The score difference of 1 is no lead indeed. Now, about halftime, anything that happened in the first half can happen in the second half, of course, but with UConn not scoring anything more than 1 goal so far in this game number 2, it's not looking good for them.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely not looking good, and Washington State's definitely turned down the pressure a little bit on their end. The plays haven't been as clean as those first 2 points in my opinion, but I think it's mostly because they feel a little comfortable with this 2-point lead. Because it is a 2-point lead, as long as they can prevent UConn from scoring 1 time, they can just keep making it happen. And oh my God, off the backboard into a demolition, almost had that score coming on, but these challenges at the net have been so tough for Washington State to win.
Yeah, so James came out of last game with 6 shots on. He's got 2 on this one. I think both teams had less shots on goal, and that's definitely, the reason why we're looking at 2-0 right now. And I mean, I say that though, right? There was a score average again of 1 every 2.5 minutes in our first game, so maybe this is just par for the course.
Yeah, and definitely par for the course. We're now going down into the last minute of this game. You mentioned Tugboat. this is about the same scoring average as that first game, 1 score per minute and a half. And I definitely think it's partially due to the case that UConn was able to slow this game down a little bit. You know, the pressure was cranked on, but UConn has just been playing their defense absolutely well in these last few minutes.
UConn hasn't let, anything long ball wise in here, but this might be the first real shot for Ackman and company. Ackman trying to bank it off of James, not going to happen so easily. Now cornered out here is Chirpa looking to get involved, coming across towards middle. A single commit by Washington State, decently cornered, and SpongeBob takes this one closer up. It gets intercepted midfield. Chirpa up there, top. Be900 Cool takes this over the top, and again, this ball lives in midfield.
Yeah, ball living in midfield is actually just a really good advantage for Washington State, right? You're happy to have that ball sit midfield. 20 seconds left, 10 seconds per goal that UConn has to make. So it definitely looks like Washington State is most likely going to close this game 2-0 as long as they keep winning these 50-50s that they've been consistently doing.
Centered up decently. It happens. If it's going to happen, UConn's going to have to make it happen right now. But just like you said, this is Washington State. Just playing a little bit keep away last few seconds. Throwing an extra one. That's a third on top. Just for show. Be900 Cool showing what he can do up top. Washington State takes team 2-3-2-0.
Yeah, just a great follow-up on the ball bouncing off that backboard. Regardless, just showing that Be900 Cool can set up these plays for himself and make them happen. And now we're going into Game 3 with Washington State up 2-0. This is definitely not something we expected, in my opinion, just because of the fact that they were so evenly matched in this first game.
Only 4 shots coming out. That's definitely part of this. Another side looking at 9. That's close, at least, to what Washington State put up the first time. All goals coming out from Be900 Cool, not for lack of trying from James, the 3 shots on. Mostly playing defensive there. UConn, just kind of a different story. Ackman, only 1 shot, no defenses, double-digit score.
And I think that overall, it really just seemed that since Washington State felt a little bit more comfortable on the offensive side for this game, they were just able to, maintain that pressure. So, the best defense is just a fantastic offense, right? And that's definitely what Washington State showed in this game. If you can keep the ball on your opponent's side of the field, that means less shots on your own goal, and that means less goals overall for yourself, and that meant that UConn scored 0.
A fantastic point. I feel like the base logic, the classic saying is best offense is good defense or whatever. That is not the case here for Rocket League. You have to have opportunities to score. Those are not going to come easily when the ball is consistently pushed against you, and if you're playing on defense, simply not going to happen that often, especially this higher level Rocket League. Not for lack of trying. Again, it's Chirpa coming across the middle with that one. Just like that, Washington State starts their own offense over the top. Nicely done. Be900 Cool taps and then rolls this ball over the top of the defender. First shot going for Washington State again.
Yeah, that's just quite an unfortunate 50-50 loss there for the side of Chirpa. And now gonna just make it in, unfortunately. And now Washington State sitting comfortable with the lead that they've kind of always consistently had this whole series, and now it's, again, back on the UConn side to make another score happen.
Yeah, this is Washington State University team that's been in the lead the entire time. They have been tied up for a little while, but like you said, I would really like to see a UConn team playing from ahead, and what Washington State does when they are playing from behind that behind position, not in the driver's seat of this game, not in control of the momentum. But that's maybe wishes and horses on that one, as Washington State has no reason, again, to stop this offensive pressure by any means. Nicely done, SpongeBob taking advantage of this one, realizing now his tapping sidebar there, and is going to come out with the perfect 90-degree angle out, and takes advantage of that perpendicular ball. Perfectly done.
Yeah, great rotation from SpongeBob from the left side of the map there to assist James right there in front of the goal. Great score from him, like you mentioned. And, now back to another 2-0 lead before 4 minutes. This is looking very much so like Game 2.
Yeah, the big difference, obviously, coming in 2 scores in not even a minute. This was a much, much slower game, Game 1 and 2, and Washington State has found their footing.
Yeah, found their footing for sure. And now UConn definitely feeling like, if you're watching this game, it really feels like that first game was just a little bit of a warm-up for Washington State, right? UConn hasn't really changed their game style much at all. Where Washington State, they've just been turning on the pressure more and more and more each game, and now it really looks like it's just starting to crack here for a little bit for UConn.
Yeah, I tell you, if SpongeBob had boost on that last, we'd be looking at 3-0 scoreline, and we'd be looking at these teams lining up again. UConn's got to get on offense. It has to happen right now. This is their last shot. And even right now, the full Cinderella story, the full reverse sweep would be necessary for them to come back in here after being down the series 0-2. Shot coming in, but shot bouncing out as a fantastic block. Disaster comes on in.
Yeah, Disaster making that play happen. But, you know, Washington State is definitely just not going to let UConn get much more ball control if they can. B900 Cool going to go for another 50-50. James and SpongeBob are going to commit to this corner, but now they're going to have to back out. Both a little low on boost, and all the defensive members are there now. So they're just going to continue, try to reset a little bit more for this offensive rotation. B900 Cool going to get control of that ball. James setting up for a center play, but unfortunately...
Nice read by Chirpa. Very nice read by Chirpa. He saw that was coming down.
Yeah, now Washington State going to try to set up another play here off of the backboard. SpongeBob going to try to go for the assist and just over the defenders there. Fantastic play from James and SpongeBob.
Yeah, these two have been connecting in unique and beautiful ways if you're a Washington State fan. B900 Cool, say it all the time, cooks in the kitchen, right? Sometimes the best thing that you can do for a teammate in Rocket League is just get out the way. B900 Cool realized that. No reason to tap this one in. Defending presence was not there. Let that one roll on in. Now a 3-0 comfortable lead inside Washington State.
Yeah, comfortable lead indeed. This is the biggest lead that they've had all series, and now UConn, you know, it's hard to say personally, since I don't play too much Rocket League. Like, what does UConn need to do in order to get back into this game? Obviously, there's only 2 minutes left, but you know, a lot can change in 2 minutes if you're going to try to clean up some of your gameplay.
It's about control, especially up top. All three UConn members, some more than others, not calling anybody out on this one, but their control, especially as they're dribbling up and approaching goal, has really been the bane of their existence throughout this game, and it has in every single way, well, I was going to say, in every single way, been the result, or been the reason, the root cause, excuse me, why they've only scored once, but just like that, you learn, Hans, players hate us being right, and so they want to prove us wrong as often as possible, so while actively saying things, they have to... prove wrong. Prove the other to be true. So
it's a little bit of the caster curse that strikes us every now and again, right? But you know, fantastic control there from Ackman. You know, we do see every once in a while those little spurts of great ball control from the side of UConn, but you know, I feel like it needs to be a little bit more consistent. Chirpa. Wow, UConn striking back. I said 2 minutes could change a lot, and UConn is trying to prove me true at least this time. You know, 1 point difference. Yeah, 1 point difference now. Like you said, 1 point is not much to laugh at. You know, UConn could easily tie this up with a minute and a half left.
UConn did exactly what they need. They had 2 scores in, 20 seconds? Not even. Now only 1 score separates them, and taking the game 3 to overtime again. They already did it once. They'll definitely do it again, and they'll have to take that. Oh, what a double commit defensive block. That was Ackman and I think Disaster? I'm not 100% sure. That was 100% necessary. If both of those players weren't there, would have seen a 4th Washington State goal. Now, James continuing on this offensive pressure, decently centered up. He's going to try and... Oh, okay, that could have been bad. A slightly different angle by Chirpa, and that would have been centered up perfectly for Washington State.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that one of the bigger notes for me for the UConn side is that, you know, they're pretty solid at playing defensively, but it's very hard for them to transition this ball outside of their own side of the field. A lot of the times, this ball lives on their side of the field for 30 seconds, a minute, almost a minute and a half straight, just because of the fact that Washington State is just really good at knowing when to back off and reset their offensive rotation and to make it happen again, right? And now UConn is definitely starting to bite their nails a little bit. 20 seconds left. They have to make another score happen.
Maintaining of resources is something Washington State's definitely done. The only 2 real resources you have in this game is boost and time. Time comes down consistently, though, and predictably, a lot of pressure coming on. UConn's got to get this one out now. Score in the next 4 seconds. Can't let this touch. That's down bottom. That's grounded. A nice angle might have just saved side of UConn as started the offensive push down. James tried to ground that ball. B900 Cool might have gotten it done. Coming in, decent angle. That's very far away. Every member of UConn stretching for that one. Not going to happen. Ball grounded. Washington State taking this one 3-2-2. In game 3, and that's a 3-0 sweep for the first series.
That was, you know, very close game 1 and game 3, honestly. UConn definitely could have come back in some of these games, and I would have loved to seen them, continue on this series. But like you said, 3-0 to Washington State. Congratulations to them. And for now, I think we're just going to cut to a quick break while we bring one of these Washington State members here into the casting booth for a quick interview. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome back, esports fans. EGFC Power Series playoffs continues. Before we get into game number 2 between Marquette and Tennessee Tech, got a little interview action coming at you. I'm here with Hans and my man B900 Cool over from the side of Washington State. B900 Cool, how are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing good.
Glad to hear. Let's jump right into it. First question here from myself, FBI Tugboat, is UConn has made some waves, especially in the EGFC before. Gotta ask, did you expect this to be a 3-0 sweep for your team, the side of Washington State?
I mean, I always have high expectations. I know we as a team have a pretty high ceiling for what we can do. Given that it's championship stage, so I wasn't expecting it to be. I was expecting it to be closer.
Mm-hmm. That's fair. That's fair.
For sure. And you said that I expected to be a little closer. That game 1 was very close, and in that game 2, UConn scored 2 back-to-back goals within 30 seconds. Did that start to worry you a little bit in that game 3? Oh, sorry, in game 3.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, it's always worrying, especially that second goal was pretty quick off a kickoff, and we've done that before. We kind of dig ourselves a hole on consecutive kickoffs. So, I mean, yeah, it's a little concerning once those start to pile on.
Definitely been there. Being on here, cool. We're going to appreciate you coming on in, giving a few minutes of your time to us. Me and Hans will be back with you guys. Cass and Marquette taking on Tennessee Tech here in just a couple minutes. Do not tune away. Hello and welcome back, esports fans. We got our Game 2 of the EGFC Power Series playoffs coming at you. I'm FBI Tugboat. Joined with me, David Haunts Chin, and down in producer's box is my man Upmine, producing away, making our jobs just so much easier as Castaway. We got Marquette taking on Tennessee Tech, Haunts.
Yeah, and looks like we're gonna immediately cut to a break.
Debated. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
A little bit of server issues today, it looks like. So unfortunately, gonna have to cut to another quick break just to resolve this real quick, guys. Apologies again. But as soon as we get right back, we'll bring this match right back in. So we'll see you soon.
And we are back, esports fans. No debate this time, I promise. Actually, don't hold me to that. This is Haunt speaking right now. I'm FBI Tugboat, joined here with Haunt, my man Upmind over there in producer's box, producing away, making our jobs just so much easier. We got Marquette from the Big East taking on Tennessee Tech from group number 6. It's a best-of-5 series. We're getting it going.
Yeah, and oh my god, Tugboat, throw me under the bus already to start. Love it, love it. It's all right, though. But on the blue side, we have Marquette University, like we mentioned, JFG, Ops, and Nito Burrito. And on the orange side here, Tennessee Tech, we've seen a lot of recently because, you know, they've been in the Power Series. Marquette coming out of the Power Series Big East that we did earlier on in the year. But Tennessee Tech have Payrod, Crispe, and Surges. Surges has been one of those players that, you know, we've had in the interview box a few times, and he likes to talk big, and I think that he's very confident going against this matchup against Marquette.
Yes, sir. I do believe we had the pleasure of interviewing him at one point. He had some big words for the team and words of warning, words of caution for anybody foolish or unlucky enough to play against them. Now, 4 minutes, 10 seconds left in this matchup. No one to clear advantage quite yet. A lot of long balls quite back and forth so far, so this ball has not spent anywhere near as much time in mid-court, midfield as we saw last time. Another big shot here by Crispe. Payrod, nicely done. Payrod coming on here, taking the pass on that. One shot, one goal.
Yeah, great control from him, knowing he just needs to kind of soften that ball, get a good proper angle on it, just lead it into the goal there. Great setup from his teammate all the way on the other side of the field in front of the goal. And, you know, I think a lot of the times for these slower games, especially in game 1, it's a lot about these two teams feeling each other out, getting a sense of how each of the others plays, especially if they haven't played each other yet. Coming out of 2 different invitationals means that, you know, they've never had a chance to play, maybe even scrim each other. So, you know, a lot of the first 2 minutes is probably just going to be like, hey, how does Ops play? How does Surges play? How does Payrod play? And how do we adapt to them very quickly in this game 1?
Yes, sir. Well, answer to that is Ops can get there when he needs to. Some fantastic defensive play coming out. That's Crispe on the nice dribble up, but not to be outdone. Not going to bite that bait quite yet. Offensive pressure now for the side of Marquette University. Now, yeah, and there you go. The ball ends up midfield for the first time in this game. This really has been both of these teams sending this one long and flying really hard hits so far every single time in this game overall.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of back and forth ping-ponging, like you mentioned, and sometimes that's just a bit of a rotation issue, right? It seems that on the offense, you know, you have this one offender going back and forth rotating, but a lot of nothing doing on the side of your defense, and the defense is trying to lob it to that one guy on the other side, on the offense, trying to get him to get some control. And sometimes, like that first goal, a score ends up happening, but sometimes it doesn't.
Indeed, Surge coming through there at the 11th hour on that one. We would have seen a Tennessee Tech second shot, but just like that, that's Payrod putting the second one in. Halftime now, here in about 2 seconds, and I do believe this Payrod with both of these scores, Hans.
Yep.
We have taken a pass from Surges on this one, the pass from other teammate on the previous one, on the first one.
Yeah, and just like a great setup play for himself, knowing that, you know, he hits it off the backboard from half field in the air, and it really feels like Tennessee Tech just is more comfortable making very long shots from across the field, and Surges, they're gonna try to prove me right, but it's just off a little bit. Also coming in again at that 11th hour you mentioned, Surges likes to be there, that last second hero making these saves happen. And now, you know, Marquette gonna try to maintain control of this ball. I really want to see both of these teams stop going for these long lob plays. You know, just try to set it up for each other, get some control of this ball, because a lot of the times that's where each team can excel, get some team play on this ball happening.
Yeah, so the low and slow here by Surges again. This guy has shown the ability to control ball like none other so far. It's been really impressive, especially just that last little micro play, right? Comes into low and slow, ball hits player, and then he gives a nice shove to make sure there's nothing doing coming through there. Crispe now with his first. Man's got an assist, man's got a save, man's got a shot on goal, man's got a goal made. A well-rounded player if there ever was one.
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, I want to bring up something that Payrod, we had him in the interview booth before as well. He said that Surges, when he comes out to play, he'll just make huge plays on his own. And a lot of the times, we've been seeing that this entire match so far. I definitely think that he is the member to look out for on the side of Tennessee Tech. And Payrod going to make his score happen himself as well.
Yeah, so... Yeah, that was no help on that one necessary. Just take it, you want something done, you gotta do it yourself. Payrod taking that one to heart. 90 seconds left on this one is looking a little more one-sided for Tennessee Tech than we saw in our first game. Biggest score difference in that one was 3, and we've already reached 4 so far in our game number 1.
For sure, and coming out into this day, when we were asked to do power rankings for this day, we were a lot of us sat in discussion, because it wasn't just like top cut into the top 16 and then just whatever seeds they have, they were split, right? It was a bunch of us that sat down and power ranked all these groups, and we noted that the Big East definitely feels a little weaker compared to the Invitational Series that we just put on. So I can definitely see that coming out of the play of Marquette, right? Tennessee Tech definitely the more dominant team, 4-0 in this matchup now, and oh god, how does Marquette even come back from this? They have had 3 shots overall on this goal this game, while Tennessee Tech, they're sitting pretty at almost at 10 shots right now. Really tough to fight against.
Yeah. It's almost like a philosophical question. Do you play the rest of this? Do you play this 30 seconds, try and make 4 in, which is a tough ordeal for any team to do? Or do you push it to game number 2? Well, that might be the first one, so maybe that's, once again, Marquette University players just answering my questions with actions, not words. Who knows? But really what I would do with this, obviously, if you can, go for it. Push it to game number 2, wipe a clean slate mentally, and just go on. The series is not over with yet.
Yeah, and mental game is something that we talk a lot here about at the EGFC cast. And the biggest thing here is that I think that getting this last score, even if you don't end up tying this game up in these last few seconds, that last score means a lot just because it kind of helps reset your mentality a little bit, hey, we did get 4-0 in the beginning of the game, but we were able to make a shot happen, make a play happen, so we definitely can make more plays happen, and I definitely think that's something that they can take to the rest of the series.
I have to, I don't know. I really don't know. I want to be able to provide a solid expectation for the rest of this, and really I have to say with a very dominant round 1, especially round 1, always going to be 2 teams filling each other out. Tennessee Tech with such a dominant victory through here, 4-score run. Marquette did find one, eventually, but and it wasn't given up. It was not an easy ball, but only 1 score so far for Marquette. Tennessee Tech being able to prove that's 11 shots on goal, 11 attempted shots, double-digit shots attempted. That says to me there's a Tennessee Tech team that is going to roll the way through this, and I think we're going to see another clean 3-0.
Yeah, definitely would have to agree with you a little bit though. But obviously those first 2 shots, I feel like a little bit, I'm gonna say, lucky in a sense of getting those full court shots. Obviously there was some great control on both parts of the team, right? But Tennessee Tech, they definitely could have cleaned up their play a little bit earlier on, just to make sure that this ping pong game isn't happening as much, but it seems like they did towards the end of that first game.
It's always going to be a mental endeavor to come forth and reset and figure out what do you want to recreate, what do you want to stop doing, what do you want to stop the other team from doing, how do you want to force mistakes from your opponents. 30 seconds in, no clear advantage quite yet. If I had advice from Marquette, maybe it's just put a whole lot into offense for about a minute, see what happens. If you can out-juke a couple of these players, I honestly don't think it's going to happen against Surges, but Payroad, Crispy, really push these players, see what comes out. Might be an offensive advantage, might just be nothing, but you gotta try something.
And now with that demo on Crispy means that this offensive pressure is going to ease up just a little bit. Marquette finally going to get control of this ball, and they're going to try to bring it out. Crispy getting the bump on Ops there, forcing him back a little bit. He's going to get control of the ball and try to bring it out himself. Nito, almost, if that had just been a little bit tighter of an angle on the goal, that could have been a goal to happen.
JFG trying to get the guillotine in, not going to happen. Classic. Hitting the top bar on that one, the angle just barely off. His timing perfect, his precision not, unfortunately. 3 minutes 30.
Sorry, yeah, that's a lot of the times, you mentioned in previous casts about polishing those corners, right? And that's something that they can definitely work on the side of Marquette University.
Clean up the edges, yes sir. In a lot of ways, I feel like well-established Rocket League teams like these, those are almost the easiest things to identify. And from there, you understand what I'm saying? Like all these players know what to do up top. They know game theory, and that is evident from their play just so far in 2 games. Okay, there's not any great philosophical elements to be learned about the game of Rocket League from any of these 6 players. It's those individual like, what, performance issues, right? Kind of getting to ball, coordination, maintaining boost, things like this. What to do when time hits what? When there's 3 minutes left, what you do here. What to do when there's 30 seconds left and you're down by 2. Things like this. You know, sometimes it's clear, sometimes it's not. Cleaning up those edges is going to be what Marquette University could benefit from, as well as Tennessee. Everybody does, right?
Yep. And now Marquette, you know, we just missed that goal from them. Able to finally score, and I definitely think that they took a little bit of your advice, crank up that offense for a minute or two, right, and see what happens. And it seems that it's been paying off for them really well. And now Ops going to try to continue making these plays. It seems that Marquette does feel very much more comfortable on the offense than, you know, trying to play this 3-man defense.
Yeah, that was a perfect offensive opportunity. It seems that Tennessee might be a tiny bit rattled after now Marquette taking the advantage for the first time in this matchup, and the other 2 players inside of Marquette simply weren't there. But just like that, Nino Burrito proving that they do not need full 3-man offensive setups to score against the likes of Tennessee Tech.
Yeah, honestly, this is just a complete flip-flop from what we saw in Game 1. You know, coming into this Game 2, we were expecting, hey, Tennessee Tech may just take this as a 3-0 match, but quite the opposite. Marquette now leading 2-0.
Nice angle. Ops not able to get on the other side of that. So just like that, Crispy and company's just scoring back here, striking back, in about as quick a time as you can get. That was, well, that says 11 seconds, but I think that was only closer to 8 on clock, given that clock timer does not start till ball is touched. So 8-second score, maybe, something like that.
Yeah, pretty low second score count there for the side of Tennessee Tech, and now only a 1-point score difference between the 2 teams. And then 1 point is not much to laugh at in Rocket League. 2 minutes left means that Tennessee Tech can tie this game up very handily. We've seen their performance in Game 1, and their rapid-fire ability to score. And Crispy,
Jesus,
you know, as soon as I say it, such fast scores coming out of Tennessee Tech. It feels like when they do score, it really just goes back to back to back to back, right?
Yeah,
and then when they don't, it gives them a bit of a dry spell, and that may be something that Tennessee needs to start fixing.
I'm with it. How do you maintain through dry spells? And yes, that was Tennessee Tech, but that was, in large part, that was kind of just Crispy. He made both of those opportunities. He birthed them from his loins, Hans, and then brought them to fruition. Who would have guessed it?
Yeah, for sure. And now a minute and a half left on this clock. 2-2 could even potentially go to overtime. But, you know, we talked how Tennessee Tech got these back-to-back goals. But Marquette now putting on the pressure means that they may have pushed Tennessee Tech into another one of these dry spells.
Yeah, definitely a quarter that they're in now after a 2-score run. They started this game exactly how they wanted to, but maybe a little bit of answers and figuring things out coming out from Tennessee. Now a nice long ball that Surges is there. Nice wall play on the defense here. Ops and Moore trying to go for this midfield, taking advantages. Surges, that's a shot in, but JFG playing that back position perfectly.
And now, God, this is going to be a tough game now for the both of them. It seems that at this 2-2, this seems very even. JFG getting for a great save there.
This is still censored up decently until Ops comes back. Nice interaction from Surges, flips this momentum around. Shot from the top, and JFG gets there again. Nicely done. Surges not done with this one. The pop play up top. Surges and JFG getting there. Double commit on the defense, and this one not over yet. Payrod cornered out here. JFG, keep the cool. That's not going to be centered up very well, but Surges can still get there up top and takes a big boost down bottom. Nice corner shot. Ops now starting with the offensive pressure. Payrod up top and gets on the other side, and Ops almost gets the double tap. And perfect play on that one. That would have been exactly how you take advantage of a nice runaway play like that. And just like that, Surges flips around the momentum. What a guy.
Nice runaway play indeed. Surges, we mentioned how he's just that one big playmaker, and great tap just over the defender there. It makes it so that they win this 50-50 and take this 1-point lead. 18 seconds left. Marquette University now has to be shaking a little bit. They have to get this one score to happen, otherwise Tennessee Tech takes this lead.
JFG actually missing on that one. This is not good from Marquette. They only have 5 seconds to get this up and over. Now, this ball will not go out. Nice run, but Surges says no go, my friend. Now grounded out. Tennessee Tech taking the second matchup. Nicely done. So, obviously a much more even score differential in this one. A 1-score squeak out from side of Tennessee. Payrod actually coming through. No shots on goal. No saves as well. And his turn to put up the double-digit scores. Not very characteristic of this guy. course, Crispe, you know, put a little backpack on a little bit. Came through 6 shots on goal, both, or 2 goals making on in there, throw an assist and a save for a well-rounded player.
Sure, definitely very well-rounded overall, but God, Crispe, you know, I said earlier that Surges is usually one of the bigger players for the Tennessee Tech because that's what they've said, but no, Crispe really showing his stuff here in Game 2, Payrod showing his stuff in Game 1, so I think they, you know, Tennessee Tech is just a lineup of all-star players.
So maybe, okay, that's actually a really good point. Maybe that's what the difference here was. They allowed different players to play more of the offensive roles because the first game was a little bit more even. Maybe just the value that they took there is pushing individual players and finding what happens in one-on-ones. That's always also kind of gauging individual players and their performances. Now, Nito Burrito almost pushing that all the way in there. That would have been an own goal, I believe. Yeah, that would have been an own goal. That would have been a fantastic way to start this one out, but about 25 seconds in, no harm, no foul quite yet. Advantage gained. Nice midfield presence by Surges. That would have been a fantastic angle, and nobody really quite back there, but great mid-air interaction. Lots of pressure, bouncing around, and ball flirting with the goal on that one, but not able to go all the way in. Now a great rebound play. Crispe trying to corner this one up and out, and does.
Yeah, and great, just now dancing in front of that line here for Marquette University. Tennessee Tech gonna start turning on that pressure, and I think that one of the bigger things, you know, you said that, you know, getting these earlier challenges, these one-on-ones can be very suppressing, but I think that sometimes they, you know, going out of the game when they saw Payrod was performing very well, they try to shut him down a little bit, and it just allowed other stars on this Tennessee Tech team to shine a little bit more. Crispe, you know, I said getting a little more play, but I really feel like, you know, overall, this Tennessee Tech team is just super, super strong.
It was a nice pop play here by Ops. Team did not necessarily have the time to rotate around. Nito Burrito would not have been in that position to hit this one off, and just like that, the offensive pressure has been started. JFG with a decent little centering shot here, not able to get horizontally on over there. So, again, an aerial play and a perfect setup yields nothing for either squad.
Yeah, not much going on, and you know, usually we see an early goal for both of these sides, but now, you know, 2 minutes into this game, JFG trying to make a shot happen, but unfortunately, there's a lot of close shots this game so far. I think these teams have just adapted to each other very well.
Yeah, I gotta shout that out. Surges knowing exactly when to pop this one up to bounce it off of top crossbar when that ball is already coming in and has momentum. Plays like this require the utmost of timing. Anything more, you're not going to hit it right. Anything less, you're going to own goal. It's perfect timing on that one. Surge has been playing offense and defense very, very well. 2 shots on goal. Nothing quite yet, this player. That is partly because, well, that is not partly because, that is because nobody has scored yet. So.
Yeah, and halfway into this game, just a very calm game for both sides. I think these teams are just a little more precise on all of their play. Wow, Tennessee Tech going for a double offensive commit into the air. Not something that you see out of them quite often. It seems a little bit non-technical.
That might have been one of them going for JFG. I'm not 100% sure. There's been several different mid-air miscoordinations, we'll say, both on ball and players. So not 100% sure. And obviously, it's a solid play to go for the player who's trying to get the rebound. But really, neither player hit their mark. So who knows? You know, guessing intention is always hard.
Yeah, guessing intention is truly hard, especially with this is such a slow game. Now Surges is going to try to make a play happen. Going to get a pass onto Crispe. Crispe misses it in the air, unfortunately. So Marquette now back in control of this ball. And it really just seems this control is just flipping back and forth, getting up to sometimes right in front of the goal and getting denied by the opposing team.
Those attempted pinch play out. JFG up and JFG down. Nicely done. Marquette University striking first again in this game. Now, they weren't able to do anything with the first blood the other time. Did only lose by 1, so it's not, you know, stomped by any means in our game number 2. But really think that this is the momentum that Marquette University needs. Now they just need to ride this one out. It's not quite keep away time quite yet, Haunts, but add another 2 up there, make this 3-0. That is definitely keep away time.
Yeah, for sure. Minute and a half left, but, you know, we've seen Tennessee Tech. If they can make a score happen, they can make a lot of them happen. Nito just going to ride that one in. Surge's thing, I think he thought he was able to defend.
Corner, I think. Yeah, I think he got it. Yeah, he hit the corner right there, and he did not get tires down to get the momentum forward that he needed to then jump off and stuff like that. Once he's down in corner, he can't pop up appropriately, especially because it didn't have enough men. So that's that might honestly be the nail in the coffin for Tennessee Tech for this game. Now this won't be tied up. Again, they're up 2-0, but that's exactly what Marquette needs. Now they're a decent little lead, only 1 minute left. It would take a solid amount from Tennessee Tech to surmount this, especially the way they've been playing this game.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Finally in the driver's seat here for the side of Marquette. And the first time they've ever had this commanding of a lead, and now 1 minute left. You know, we've seen Tennessee Tech, you know, we've talked about how when they get some scores happening, it's just back-to-back scores, right? So if they can potentially make one of these balls, I really hope that they can. They might even be able to bring us to overtime with only 40 seconds left.
Yeah, what, Chris Bay got 2 of them in 18 seconds or something like that. This is not over for Tennessee Tech quite yet. Another score from Marquette would be a different story, though. Centered up perfectly, and not perfectly. That was centered horizontally, but not vertically. Members would have had to do a lot to get up there on that one. Nice corner shot. Nobody's there, so just like that, Surges makes this a little bit easier for Tennessee Tech.
Yeah, and now 1 point difference between the two means that, hey, this really could go into an overtime now, and well, I think Tennessee Tech really does want it. They've been, you know, they've been cleaning up their play a lot more and more towards the end of this as Marquette has been scoring more, showing that they can play from behind very well.
Yeah, not a situation they've spent too much time in. I think the only other score advantage was 1, and just like that, that could have been the second. Chris Bay trying not to let the dream die on this one. Payrod's got a decent touch on this one. Surge is gonna be there. That's gonna round around, no double tap for that, and just like that, Marquette University gonna be taking game number 3. We're gonna see our game number 4 at least, Hans.
Yeah, game number 4 at least, like you mentioned, and Marquette doing a pretty fantastic job of knowing how to control this ball finally, and I think that, you know, it's a bit of a warm-up for these two teams. Obviously their first match of the day, so Marquette maybe has just finally warmed up after these first 2 games and wants to be able to qualify again for these next couple of days. You know, it is a complete round robin for this group, so they have to win as many matches as possible.
Yeah, that's a good point. We should have mentioned this. This is round robin. There's lots of rounds and games to be played, not single elimination by any means. Loser here is not going home quite yet. Looking at those numbers, very even, but even Tennessee Tech had one more attempted shot on goal. Marquette, who was able to connect with just one more than Tennessee Tech, is going to take game number 3, but more even stats, at least, than we've seen from our game 1, game 2 matchup between Marquette and Tennessee Tech.
Yeah, and hopefully we get another pretty even matchup, because definitely want to have another series on our hands if possible, but Tennessee Tech already on the defensive is not something that they'd like to play. You know, we've seen them flourish on this offensive side in every game that we've seen them in. Marquette, Nita Breeder just coming right off the ceiling, if I saw that correct. No, off the side. Going to put that ball right in the goal.
I'm not sure if JFG, he didn't touch, but I mean, the presence there can frequently make opponents bite on it. You know, kind of get on the other side of that, like, you know, want to block this off and get there, you know, as opposed to, you know, some huge hit off. And just like, Ops almost purchased himself a fantastic goal, but that's Nino Brillo continuing this on. I'll mention that again next time I see something like that and continue on with my point, Hans. But just like this, 1-0 advantage for the side. Marquette, they were in this situation in game 2, not able to do it. Game 3, though, went their way. So we're going to recreate that performance there and shut up Tennessee Tech to push this to a game number 5.
Yeah, and I definitely think they just needs to see a little bit better of an offensive rotation out of Tennessee Tech. This is not the clean play that we're usually meant to see out of them. I think they dominated their group really well, and now that they don't have the similar opponents, their play has just been different.
Payrod getting just up under there. That was decently close to an own goal. That angle in the front has been a little bit different. Looking at a little bit of a different score line right now, and 2 teams lining up. Nita Burrito rotating on the defense. He's back in goal as members of Tennessee Tech taking town against Marquette. Taking a little bit slower, so like you said, I like what we talked about, cleaning up edges. I think that's definitely be described here for Tennessee Tech, because these slower offensive pushes will more frequently result in them not losing control of the ball, because we've seen that many times. Just speak straight up.
Yeah, and honestly, in this game 1, in the first game, we saw that Tennessee Tech was winning a lot of these balls in the air, and now it seems that Marquette is most likely than not. And I think just after that game 3 where Marquette scored too early on, it just shook Tennessee Tech up a little bit. is definitely showing in their gameplay more and more. Surge is going to be able to try to go for a setup ball, but Nito Burrito already in the air to challenge it, change the angle of the ball, and force Tennessee Tech to play a little differently. Crispy
Wait.
going to even up that score.
Yeah, so Nito Burrito comes out, and he has center capability right there, but Crispy just takes a perfect pass. And JFG and then Ops both double commit on this. I don't think they interfered with each other on the way up, so if both have low boost, it makes sense to both go for it, but that didn't really seem like that high of an angle to have not been able to get to. But, oh well, there's 3D crafting at its worst here with FBI Tugboat. Tied up. About halftime here in about 10 seconds. A-Rod attempting an offensive push. Now Surge is intercepting on the other side. Attempted pinch against ground, not going to happen as Crispy attempting this one out really well. Nito Burrito with a huge rebound though, Hans.
Yeah, great rebound for sure. I think the defensive play for Marquette also has just been cleaning up just so well, and that's why it's just been so hard for Tennessee Tech to score. But you know, I see Tennessee Tech as a team that has been together for so long that it seems like their gameplay together as a team should be a little bit cleaner than this. I feel like I haven't seen as many setup plays for each other. I haven't seen any of these standard just drive the ball up the corner, pass it to your guy in the center, and just shoot it into the goal, right? I haven't seen much of that this game, and maybe that's just Marquette kind of messing with their plays overall. But I also think that Tennessee Tech could, like you said, polish those edges.
I can dig it. Keep it basic. Just go literally back to more rudimentary Rocket League. It'd definitely be more interesting to see if more passes come out as opposed to long attempted shots or offensive plays, especially when it's 1 versus 2, especially when the third position is just a little bit farther back. I could dig it. I have zero prediction as to what would happen if we got there, because passes so far have been so effective in this game. There's not been either side taking huge offensive advantage and able to put up big numbers and stuff like that, but the passes are so frequently there. There's a perfect example of that. Surges with a pop up top, comes in just perfectly after Ops and JFG both miss again.
Yeah, and oh my god, that double commit miss is just so heartbreaking on the side of Marquette. And we saw those first 2 goals come out pretty early on. This third goal took a bit of time, so it may be a little bit rough for Marquette to try to score in this last minute.
Tennessee Tech, an advantage that they want. If they win this one, that'll be the last in the series in this game number 4. It'll take us 3-1, but like I said, not over quite yet. 60 seconds is a lifetime when it comes to only scoring once. We've already seen a little bit of overtime action in our game number 1. And the closeness of this game, wouldn't be surprised if we saw it game number 2. A lot of offensive pressure now for the side of Marquette. Exactly what they need is a decently rounded ball, but that's in the corner, not going to be able to be intercepted by JFG so easily. A little long ball. Sturgis could have made that a lot simpler for himself. He just put that down low and slow, and there was nobody on their side to defend that one away.
Yeah, low and slow indeed. And now 30 seconds remaining. That's not something you want to see on the side of Marquette. Those flash of 30 seconds left on your screen definitely just puts you a little bit more tense, and if the ball's right in front of your goal, it's going to be hard to bring it off onto the try to make an offensive play out of it. JFG going to try his hardest to do so. With Nito Burrito coming up this midfield, they're going to try to set up a midfield play, but Surge is already in the air to touch. Great defense on the side of Tennessee Tech.
Yeah, that might have been the last little shot that Marquette had as the interruption comes in the middle. That's like kind of a longer ball, and just like that, Crispy and company taking game number 3, a 3-1 scoreline. 1-4 for game number 1, 2-3 for game number 2, both of those going to Tennessee Tech. Marquette University able to eke out. That's game number 3 at 2-1. Last one going the way of Tennessee Tech. Well done. Yeah, not a particularly long game, not a particularly short game, not a sweep by any means. I can imagine that Marquette University and Tennessee Tech here will be looking forward to playing against each other again soon. Now, I do believe we're going to have a player review coming up. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're going to have a player interview coming up. We're going to bring in one of these Tennessee Tech guys. We've spoken to him quite a lot between the two of us, but happy to speak with them again. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back as soon as we get one of those players in.
Hello and welcome back, esports fans. We are here with the EGFC, that is the Electronic Gaming Federation collegiate side. And this is the Power Series playoffs. I'm FBI Tugboat, joined here on Caster's Death by my man Hans. And we got Payrod from the side of Tennessee Tech, our winners in this 3-1 matchup against Marquette University. In for a little bit of an interview. We're going to ask him 2 questions apiece, and I promise that.
Yep.
Okay, there you go. Hans, would you like to go first?
Yeah, man, Payrod, you had I think an absolutely fantastic game number 1, scoring almost every single goal there. You've talked before about having some pretty star players on your team. How does it feel to get all those goals in on game 1?
Well, it sure was a different experience for me because I'm generally not the one who's putting all the goals in the back of the net, as you saw in the next 3 games. But it felt good. Sometimes when I'm feeling good and I'm feeling it just right, I get some nice goals in.
Absolutely. Makes a lot of sense. Good to take satisfaction from Rocket League and whatnot. But what I want to ask you, Payrod, is through these 4 games, did your role as offense, defense, anything in between, did your role change at all?
I don't think we ever go into a game with a certain set role for each other. There's kind of I don't know, like a hinted at role based off of your abilities. But in general, we don't go with the roles. Just whoever's feeling it that game is generally who we're passing the ball to and who's scoring.
Gotcha. Roll with momentum. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
It makes sense. Pass it to the player who's feeling hot on the day, right? And always makes those plays happen. And now, we're finished with your first game today. Any opponents that you're looking out for in this first group?
I guess I have to go with RIT, just off of previous results from them. But honestly, we haven't really played many of these teams, so I'm up to be surprised.
Yeah, surprise for sure. You actually are up against them right after this, so we'll see the results of that coming right soon. And Tugboat, feel free to take it away with that last question.
Yeah, no problem. You won't have to wait long, Payrod, to find that one out. So, my last question before we get you on out of here. The Payrod, I'm just curious. Unique name, unique gamer tag. I want to ask you where it came from.
Okay, so it's kind of strange, but
That's all
a lot
right.
of people think my name is my name is Peyton, so that's where the pay comes from. A lot of people think my last name is Rodriguez. It's not.
Okay.
But it was inspired by A-Rod, the baseball player. I was a huge fan
okay.
of him, and A-Rod rhymes with Payrod, so I just adapted it, and that's my name.
I'm with it. That is not a connection that I made myself, so I'm glad that I asked. Payrod, again, cool name. We want to appreciate you for coming on in here, giving us a few minutes of your time after game.
All right, thank you guys so much.
Not a problem. FBI Tugboat here with Haunts. We'll be back with you guys. Our next matchup, RIT taking on Tennessee Tech. Don't go too far, Payrod. Hello and welcome back, esports fans. We got a lot more electric Rocket League action coming at you. I'm FBI Tugboat, joined here with Haunts, and that's Up Mine producing away down our producer's box, making our job just so much easier. But we have a bit of a treat for you people. Jay Rosef here with us, a broadcast major from the side, the Rochester Institute of Technology. Jay Rosef, how are we doing today, man?
Pretty good. I'm excited to see my own RIT team play here. So I mean, I'll try to remain unbiased for the cast, but I'm secretly rooting for them.
That was supposed to be my. I was gonna say that one. You stole the
my
opinion out of my head. No, you're good. You're good. Great minds. Great minds. We're gonna be getting the start here in just a second. Like he said, he's from the Rochester Institute of Technology and a broadcast major. So maybe doing some more of this in the future. Not your first time by any means, though, right?
No, not by any means.
Yes, sir. Let me see it.
That's definitely great to hear, and maybe you can give us a little bit of insight on this RIT team. We've seen them come and play a lot over and over, and we actually predicted them to come out first or second here actually on the whole tournament. So what are your thoughts on the RIT team overall?
See, one thing I love about the RIT team is there's no really like set roles for the team. The team just kind of is overall just like does a wide variety of skills. When it comes to an individual game, like you won't see one. You might see an individual person, especially Bindo, taking shots and stuff like that. And when it comes to game, each person does a great job in every single role. So there's no like set roles with the RIT team.
Yeah, for sure. Bindo just gonna win that 50-50 there against the Tennessee Tech players and gonna make this game score 1-0. When we flipped off the broadcast a little earlier, when we had Payrod into this interview booth, Payrod said, "Oh, you'll definitely see us back in this interview booth right afterwards." So he's gonna make those words count, hopefully, but Sunblaze is gonna try to take it away from them for sure. RIT making it known why they were the favorites coming into this matchup.
Yeah, a bit of the home team coming in and striking twice, 50 seconds. Fantastic stuff. It looks like to me this has just been the result of a lot of offensive pressure. But Jay Rosef, what are we looking at here? Why is it that RIT has been able to score twice so quickly?
Well, they're just constantly applying the pressure on the ball right now, and when you are able to apply that much pressure on the ball, when you're on the defense, you just start to panic, and you start to make mistakes like that. Like, that goal was technically an own goal, but if you didn't try to go for that, it probably would have been put in anyway. So just, if you can capitalize on those mistakes and just keep the aggression up, then eventually the defense will panic, will fall, and you'll be able to get a shot off and score.
Shake this tree, see what comes out. A common tactic in many different esports, and is definitely going to be one that will do you favors day in and day out here in Rocket League. Nice long ball here. Sunblaze on the other side to intercept that one. Sunblaze up in the sky, as that name would intend. 90 seconds in this one so far. A lot of mid-range action as Crispy trying to center this one up. Nice rebound on that, and that's going to be Tennessee Tech striking back. Surge's a little demolition action on the end, little vehicular manslaughter.
Yeah, and just a great setup for each other. Payrod getting that angle right onto the side next to that goal, setting it up for Crispy, knowing that his teammate is just right there. Puts this game at 1 goal apart, means that it can just be anybody's game. Tennessee Tech really is looking to fight for this time back in the interview booth.
Tennessee Tech looking to take their second W so far after a close matchup against the side of Marquette. They took that one 3-1, looking to have a bit of a similar experience here. Their second streamed match of the day. Now, 3 minutes in, lead 1, no lead indeed in Rocket League, as we love to say. But really nobody has taken really the ball away from RIT so far. I feel like a lot of this has just been time of possession their side. A lot of shots theirs, as my man Jay Rosef here was indicating a little while ago about why this is being played a little bit differently.
Yeah, and Jairus, I want to ask you another. Oh my God, Surgis! I was trying to prep a question there for you, but Surgis gonna try to take this ball. Crispy took it away from Sunblaze and set it up for Surgis quite perfectly. And I wanted to ask you right before that, Jairus, who do you think is the star player on this RIT side of the board? I personally think Surgis is one of the best players here on the Tennessee Tech, but I haven't seen RIT play too much.
It's quite interesting because it all depends on the series. Usually, though, I'd have to say that either Bindo is coming out and making crazy plays, or Queso. Queso is just himself just an insane player. He's able to read plays such as that, see when the defense is out of position, and able to just strike when they're down and end up racking up the score for RIT.
Yeah,
there's go ahead, Hans.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned, Queso and Bindo, was setting up one for the other. getting that score happen. God, just one of the fastest scoring games we've seen today. Halfway through the game, 5 goals total.
I have casted this RIT team possibly dozens of times by now. I've always said Caso, and I never realized this is Bindo and Queso.
During the CRL cast, one of the CRL casts, Queso literally changed his name to Queso equals spelled out how you think Queso would be spelled, like Queso, to try to help the casters realize it's pronounced like Queso.
Gotcha. Well, we appreciate that clarification 100%. Again, I have definitely mispronounced that one for a while. I mispronounced it, but I think one of these Tennessee Tech players will be kicking themselves for missing this more easy defensive stomp.
He's going to be beating himself up over that for a long time. That was a pretty standard save.
Yeah, that was 2 misses. Surges lost the 50-50 right in that middle, and then just on the back of it, Crispe unable to do much. And Bindo getting another demolition on this Tennessee Tech side. You know, one of the big strategies that we saw early on between University of Kentucky and Tennessee Tech was that Kentucky literally just sat and demoed had one player constantly demo this Tennessee Tech team over and over, right? And that might just be a page that they're taking out of the UConn book. They mentioned that in one of the interviews that they had towards the end of the day. And RIT going to try to go for that guillotine shot that you know and love, Tugboat, but unfortunately not going to be able to hit it.
I'm honestly unsure how Sunblaze got there. From my angle, it did not seem that he would have had the momentum and positioning with which to block that ball. But I've been proved wrong before. I never look forward to it. Now, Bayron intercepting this one midfield. Decently set up here as RIT looking to take the numbers advantage a little bit. 2-3 action as Caso takes a nice defensive block. Call that a backflip on that one, and RIT is not going to be letting up this lead so easily. 4-2 as we're hitting 45 seconds. The work is cut out for Tennessee Tech.
That was a very risky play coming out from RIT there on defense. They sent both guys forward to try and make a clear pass or something to get a redirect on the net, but it was just Queso alone in net, and he didn't even have that much boost. He luckily was able to get the save and hold on hope for RIT, but it was very risky.
Crispe with the low and slow again, frying him up here. Nicely done. Taking advantage of this one, that's an angle that really would not have come out had we had RIT members rotated around. That's one of them on the side. That might have been Sunblaze who was looking to corner this one out. He's not able to get there quite so yet. So 30 seconds in, Hans. What are we looking at?
30 seconds in, a lead of 1 is not a lead indeed, like you say, but 20 seconds left means that it's just more tough for this Tennessee Tech to score, right? As long as RIT is able to kind of play this offensive pressure, they may be able to close this game out with this 1-point lead.
Yeah, 10 seconds now, hitting single digits, and this is Tennessee Tech on their last offensive push. Queso, going for that one, and the 11th hour Surges does it again. We saw him doing this last game, Haunts, and doing it to him again is almost disrespectful. Surges right here with a fantastic play. 3 seconds left. This one's not over, but I'm willing to bet we're going to see overtime.
Yeah, and this is the second goal that they've gotten, just bouncing it to the left of the goal and just having one player right in front of the goal on the side of Tennessee Tech. And like you said, hitting this overtime now at 4-4, not something we were quite expecting. We quite literally power ranked RIT as either number 1 or number 2, and Tennessee Tech is really showing up today.
And this is a lot of offensive pressure against RIT. Jay Rostif, are you happy with how RIT has been handling this offensive pressure so far? Obviously, on offense, they're doing very well. But defensively, I want to ask if you think this is indicative of how they usually play.
I would say so far, yeah, they're doing a great job at the moment of just when they're on the offense, creating opportunities, and they're not giving up many opportunities. But what Tennessee Tech is doing really well right now is while RIT isn't making many opportunities, every single opportunity they are giving up, Tennessee Tech is taking, and that's why this game is so close right now.
Yeah, there's been a couple misplays and stuff, but really, like you said, Tennessee Tech has done a fantastic job of capitalizing the mistakes of the opposite team. Nice tap there as Payrod putting that in, and we got this guy in an interview earlier. He's on fire, and he is showing it. 5-4 win round 1, the side of Tennessee Tech.
Yeah, one of the highest scoring games, like I mentioned earlier, and God, Tennessee Tech is really fighting for this. We power rank Tennessee Tech so much lower. I honestly wanted to say like 7th or 8th overall, and they're really showing why they belong in the top of these standings.
I hear you. Now, Jay Rosef, I want to count up these attempted shots and get the opinion on whether or not you think this is again kind of indicative of a 9 scoreline, a 9 total scorer game here. Even though it's 5-4 and as close as it gets, but 13 for Tennessee Tech, looking at 9 for the side of RIT. So I think that's just a barely more efficient success rate for RIT.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of shocked at the amount of shots coming out from Tennessee Tech there. Like, yes, they scored more, but I thought they were more so just going for the higher scoring percentage plays as opposed to just the amount of shots they had. But I guess it's always surprising just when you see the stats in the end, just how many things you truly missed throughout the game. And what doesn't help is sometimes shots onto the post count as shots, but whatever in the end.
No, I hear you. I believe you said you got a champ 2?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're a very experienced Rocket League player. You know just as well as the rest of us that Rocket League can be a little bit wonky in how it does count, blocks, saves, passes, assists, things like this. So
yeah,
coming in here to game 2. Best of 5 series, Tennessee Tech up 1-0.
Yeah, and now, honestly, this means that Tennessee Tech is just in this driver's seat, right? RIT is going to have to come out a little bit harder, fully swinging. Sunblaze, I think, although he was on the lower scoring of his team, he was one of those players that kind of came out of nowhere. Those last second plays out of Sunblaze definitely helped tie this team together. And I think that, if he just plays a little more on point, goes for a little bit more possession, just there, he just missed the ball. Tightening up those plays would be really, really good for this RIT team.
Call it a haircut. That's cleaning up the edges. That is what is necessary, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. And now with 4 minutes left in this game, a little bit of a slower game compared to the game 1. We definitely saw towards that end of that game 1, both teams starting to take it a little slower. I think that's just both teams starting to improve their defensive rotations more and more. And now Payrod and Surges, they start finishing that defensive play, and they're going for an offensive one. Payrod putting it in the goal.
Nicely done. I think we saw Payrod take a lion's share of scores last game as well.
Yeah, he definitely has been playing very, very well on the day. We saw him in that first game against Marquette, taking almost every single goal for himself in that 4-1 win. And it looks like he's just having an amazing day today, and RIT is not able to keep up with him.
One thing about RIT that's kind of important to note here is this first goal against them really doesn't help. Now, yes, it's a 1-goal difference, and you can easily come back from 1-goal difference. But historically, RIT hasn't always done the best job of coming back from behind. Usually when they fall behind, they usually end up just falling further and further behind. So that first game 1 loss followed by this early goal coming out from Tennessee Tech, it's not going to look good for RIT. So hopefully they can try to change something up to try to get that momentum back if they lost. But we'll have to watch and see.
Yeah, I definitely agree that it is a game of momentum. In the earlier match for Tennessee Tech, we also saw them. Oh my God, Queso getting a great shot there. A setup from his teammate, knowing that 2 players had committed on the right. Payrod trying to flip it out, but unfortunate.
Yeah. Did not get the momentum that he wanted and ended up centering that out for his opponent about as well as you get. So an appreciated pass from the side of Tennessee Tech, I'm sure, on over to Queso, not Caso. Excuse me.
Yeah.
3 minutes, 10 seconds, tied up.
And with what I was trying to say earlier, I definitely think this is a game of scoring momentum, right? You mentioned, Jay Rosef, that, RIT needs to kind of take this momentum back, and they definitely did. But, earlier on, we saw Tennessee Tech, when they grabbed the momentum, they definitely seized it, scoring back-to-back goals in some cases, right? So I believe whoever has the momentum in this matchup will definitely be able to kind of close these games out.
Okay, so you're saying whoever scores first is generally going to go forth and take advantage in that and come out on top in the end?
Yes, for sure. And Tennessee Tech proving me right a little bit. All 3 players right there in that corner of the goal. Fantastic setup, fantastic plays. 2-0 lead. 2-1 lead now for Tennessee Tech.
Yeah, tripling up there, not always something that's going to do you any favors, but Jay Rose, if I want to ask you, what other situations does a tripling up option really work?
Do you mean all?
Offensive, defensively, tripling up, all 3 players going for ball. Frequently, there's a cooks in the kitchen problem, right?
When it comes to multiple players collapsing on the ball like that, it usually doesn't work unless you're going for a pinch. And when you send all 3 players, you're just asking to fall out of position there and basically give up a free goal. So it almost never works when you send everyone at the ball like that. So if you ever do that, I'm not sure exactly what you're thinking. But...
Heard. Fair.
Yeah, now Tennessee Tech sitting a little comfortable at this 2-goal lead now. I think they're starting to play a little bit more comfortable, and I want to definitely note that at least they didn't let this pressure get to them, right? A lot of the times when you're facing one of these top-seeded teams, you're going to start shaking, being a little nervous, but it seems that they just came very, very prepared for today. Bindo seeing a great setup from his teammate there. I think Queso was just slowing the ball down just enough. Pushes Crispy out of the goal, too.
Yep, that was the big play there. We had a Tennessee Tech member who would have come down and absolutely sliced away at that ball. Queso doing exactly what he needed to. Don't always have to play ball. Sometimes you just have to play the player that's going to touch it next.
Both of the goals from RIT this game have both been like bumps and demos plays. So maybe RIT saw that last game, what they ended up trying didn't work. So they're going for more bumps and demos this game to hopefully make a difference. And they didn't even need to do it that time, I guess.
There you go. That is what is called the caster's curse. You try and make an accurate, well-rounded and educated guess at something, and players just want to come through as if they're allergic to it, and they have to prove you wrong. Queso there on that one. About 90 seconds. Sorry, what'd you say?
I swear they're listening to me. They just hear what I'm saying, just want to prove me wrong.
Yeah, well, they know you go to RIT, so they have to, they have to mess with you on cast. It's definitely somewhere I've been before. Crispy dancing with this ball. Crispy asking this ball out to Prom before he just throws it all the way into goal and taking an advantage here for Tennessee Tech.
Yeah, I feel like just like half a minute ago we were looking at a 2-1, a 3-1 lead for TTU, and now this game a minute later turned completely on its head. RIT scoring 2 back-to-backs, Tennessee Tech scoring again. This has been a wild past minute, and very reflective of that game 1. We were talking about how it was a very high-scoring game. It's still very high-scoring for both of these guys, and I think that's very indicative of how well they've each been playing, but also sometimes a few mistakes that have been bleeding through these cracks. Sunblaze now going to try to set up another play to try to tie up this game, but unfortunately Tennessee Tech is going to pass down to the midfield. Queso immediately getting control of it and going to try to gain control of it again. 1 minute left means that RIT needs to make another play happen quickly.
Yep, and that's the flip away, unfortunately. That's Bindo, I believe, not able to maintain control of that one, but to your point there about scores and points, my man, we have seen at absolute most a total score in a series of 5. Looking at 9 on the first one, 7 in this last one, and we're not done. Different game in every way, shape, and form.
Yeah, for sure. Now 30 seconds left on the clock. Tennessee Tech playing a little defensively here in this corner. And, we talked, University of Kentucky definitely pointed out one of those bigger issues with Tennessee Tech. There's a lot of the times they do, jump back into this corner to either get this boost or try to maintain control of this ball. And I want to know that RT has gotten no demos on this game compared to the previous one. And I definitely think that might be the major difference maker. 5 seconds left. RT needs to make this play happen, but Tennessee Tech's not letting them.
Hasn't touched. Sunblaze getting it where he needs to, coming up for it, but tapped away by defender, and that's almost grounded out. Queso keeping the play alive. Tennessee Tech grounding out. Nicely done. Tennessee Tech up now 2-0 in the series. Impressive performance by them.
Honestly, at this point, I think that just Tennessee Tech has so much momentum and so much speed at this point. And RIT at this point is probably just demotivated. So I honestly think that this game 3 is just not going to look good for RIT in the long run. And I honestly think this might end up in a sweep, if I'm being honest.
No, I can dig it. We did not anticipate that coming through here, and if it was, just based on paper, these are 2 casters who are predicting this going the other way. Are looking at RIT. Queso here with 5 shots on. Really a lot of offensive pressure from him, and not so much from Bindo Sunblaze. A little bit uncharacteristic from them, but that top player there, that Bindo player, was very well rounded. Got himself some assist, got himself an assist, got himself a goal, got himself a save as well. So we're now resetting this lobby, and I do believe we'll be starting this with no break necessary.
Yeah, hopefully a little bit of a server issue there, but I'm going to pull up this lobby as soon as humanly possible.
All good,
What?
all good. Jay Rosef, I want to ask you about other teams you've been paying attention to in the EGFC, if you have, I suppose.
I actually haven't been able to have too much time, sadly, at the moment. I've been quite busy with finishing up schoolwork, and I've had exams, so a
Well,
little bit busy. But
all gravy, all gravy. Are you in your senior year?
no, I just finished my sophomore year.
Gotcha, gotcha. Are you glad to not be graduating right now? You know, with the
Yes, very much
standard the standard procedures obviously not being allowed. You know, with the whole cap gown, walking the stage, all that.
I actually feel kind of relieved at the same time that it happened at the point in my life that I'm in, because it's convenient,
Mhm.
but still a little annoying. I guess it's a little annoying for everyone though. So
Fair, fair. Yeah, it's unprecedented times we are living in for sure. I think it's an old I think maybe Italian curse or something like that. But it's like, may you live in interesting times. So it's kind of like, oh well, interesting. What exactly does that mean? But who knows? We can speculate all day long about other sayings that I've heard at some point in my life. 5 minutes to go. 50-51 here so far by the side of Tennessee Tech. It does go back over towards them just like that. They flip around this momentum. Offense started now by Tennessee.
Yeah, offensive definitely, like you said, started by Tennessee. Three shots on goal to start, and Payrod finally putting it in. God, Payrod has been playing so well today.
Payrod is based on A-Rod, called it a double. That was a nice tap against the wall, and then perfect positioned. Read that ball like weatherman forecasting the weather. Fantastic stuff. 17 seconds in, first score here from Tennessee Tech. Now, Jay Rosef, I want to ask, what exactly is it? You know, obviously, you know these RIT guys. What is it that they got to put in their minds to swap around the momentum? You know, to get that out of their mind that, yes, we're behind right now, and especially with Crimson scoring a second, that might be getting a little bit farther away from them, but there is enough time to bring this back. What is going through their heads?
at this point, I know these guys, and usually they, at least it appears to be, that whenever they get behind it, they always like stuff get to their heads. They just need to clear their mind. I remember when I was little, I had a hockey coach that always told me, whenever you're concerned about the score, always just think to yourself, it's 0-0 and keep playing. So that's kind of just what these guys need to do right now. They need to clear their minds of everything that's happened in the series. The 2 one-goal games, they came so close to winning. They just need to forget their losses, and move on and hopefully stop future losses.
Yeah,
Visualize the neutral.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with you, especially since those first 2 games were so close. I think that RIT definitely has a really strong fighting chance overall. They just need to clean up their play a little bit. You know, I definitely think there have been a few gaps in their defense overall, but their offensive plays have just been so fantastic. They just need to make them happen.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to that, if this is an RIT squad that does lose here and then loses again by a score difference of 1 for a total series difference of 3, the least it could possibly be, this is an RIT squad that will be checking in to the Heartbreak Hotel. Surge is almost taking the top off of this one. No guillotine necessary to remove the heads. Look at that. Now, Sunblaze trying to get something done in the middle, but nice pops over. RIT not out of possession this one quite yet, but that is almost another one. Surge is making it look easy.
Yeah, they definitely have been making it look pretty easy on the Tennessee Tech side today, but, you know, Sunblaze, Queso, and Bindo, not much doing. Queso going to get to the demo on Surges and sets up this ball to just be walked in by Bindo. I think Bindo and Queso have just been playing a fantastic duo today as well.
Honestly, RIT is just such a glass cannon. They are so good at making offensive opportunities and so good at being aggressive. However, when they do that, they always let up too much on the defense, which is why they're letting in so many goals. That's why we're seeing these high-scoring games. They're good on the aggression, but they kind of lack and are a little needing in the defensive department. So this glass cannon mentality just racks up the score on both sides. So RIT needs to maybe lock it down a little bit and play a little more defensively than they usually do.
I hear you. What do you think is just earlier rotations? What is the single thing that you could say there that when it comes to swapping around that momentum that RIT could change?
Oh, if you pay attention to the RIT guys, their last guy back is always at midfield. He's never like back in his own third, trying to maybe play more defensively. No, he's always at midfield, ready for a chance to strike, which when he gets that chance, usually happens and they can score off of that. But the second they're able to get a nice clear like they just did there, it can just go straight into net, uncontested.
always poised for the offense. I hear you.
Surge immediately gets a demo onto Sunblaze to start. Means that they're already playing on the offensive side for Tennessee Tech. Payra going to try to make a score happen with Bindo. Going to win that 50-50 in the air. Going to try to set up a play off of this backboard, but Queso is just a little too far to the left there on the midfield. Tennessee Tech going to take control of this ball again to make an offensive play, but Sunblaze looking to set something up. Unfortunately, nothing happening.
Surges with the last second rotation there, coming on in, finding some value from it. Now, Bindo and RIT have taken a couple demolitions to start off a couple different scores now. Definitely something, I can't imagine they won't be doing this again in the future, right? We talked about the advantage they could bring from it, the benefit it could bring their team. I think they've realized that now too.
Indeed, and now a 1-point difference here. And that's all it takes sometimes. You know, we've seen these games go by 1 point each series so far, but Surge is immediately going to widen up that point gap so quickly. Feels Tennessee Tech has just been playing a little differently today. Great setup off the backboard by Payrod there. I think it's just well analytical play on the offensive. You know, Jay Rose, if you mentioned that, it's just tough for RIT to play defensively.
Something I'm looking at here is, it seems that the recreating plays, I feel like that's RIT's problem. They have good individual defensive plays, they have good individual times where they're able to rotate around and respond to that pressure offensively, and they have great flashes of greatness when it comes to offense. Now, recreating that, I guess in a way you could call that the whole clean up the edges thing that Dave and I were talking about a little while ago, but specifically, that's really what I'm looking at. You recreate plays. You do it once, just do it again.
Yeah, but sometimes it's like that, the old saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Sorry, fool me twice, shame on me, right? You know, if you make that second play happen, they should be able to analyze it. Oh, it looks like the same play. We know how to adjust to it, right? Overall, and Tennessee Tech has been doing a great job of adjusting to RIT in this series, I think. You know, otherwise they wouldn't be taking these leads. They wouldn't be able to secure these goals, and RIT finally going to go for a three-man offensive push, but coming up a little too far to the left, and Bindo going to try to make another play happen. Passes the Queso. The duo strikes again.
Straight up. That's the kind of stuff we like to see out of RIT. Like, so far this game, they haven't had too much success because they've always been going for solo plays. But if you look back at game 2, all of their great goals all came from passing plays, and they just need to work together as opposed to just 3 individuals that happen to have the same goal.
Do that again, right? Recreate that, get the pass play back out, because Trident, I keep saying that because that's the college I went to. Tennessee Tech has consistently proved that when the pass is part of an offensive setup, it just might be a little bit too much for them to keep track of. Tennessee's setting up here. RIT's chances slipping through. They are down 2-0 in the series. This might be their last offensive push here, Hans.
Yeah, and that 5 seconds left, 1 score difference. It really feels like the end of these last 2 games that we've seen. Chris Bay gonna put it up, make it 2-point lead. Oh my God, gonna be so rough for these guys. 2 seconds left. It means it looks like Tennessee Tech is going to be cleaning up this game.
Yeah. There is a technical 1-second score possibility, and now that is over. Okay. So Chris Bay putting up the second one on there. Tennessee Tech taking the victory against RIT, the second to least amount of scores possible. That's 4. 3 obviously in a best of 5 series being lowest amount possible. 12 shots attempted coming out here for the side of Tennessee Tech. And everybody on their side, that Surge's Chris Bay and Payrod finding a goal there towards the end. Assists for everybody as well except for Chris Bay, 3 for Surges. A lot of saves for Surges as well, so it's like Surge is that 703 score really being the MVP for his squad just on paper for this matchup.
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, and for now, we're going to cut it to another quick break while we bring a member of Tennessee Tech onto the side of the interview box. So don't go away, guys. We will be right back.
And we are here live, back. EGFC, that is the Electronic Gaming Federation, the collegiate side of FBI Tugboat, joined with Hans. We got Up, Mine, Down, and Producer's Box. And we got Jay Rosef, the broadcast major from the side, the Rochester Institute of Technology, that is RIT. RIT just got taken down by Tennessee Tech, and we got a Tennessee Tech member back in here for a little interview action. Surges, how are we doing?
I'm doing well. How about you guys?
Doing absolutely fantastic here. And, you know, I think you're feeling just as well as we are. When you joined us in the interview box, you mentioned, hey, this is one of the weirdest series that you've ever played in your life. Can you go a little more in depth on that?
Yeah, well, every time they would like bombard us on their offense, and then we would get it out into middle, and like a couple of goals that Crispy had, it was just kind of like he just drove it right up the middle of the field, and it was just wide open. And by the time he got to their goal, there was no one on their end. It was just weirding us out, like on what they were doing. Weird. What just happened?
Yeah, it for sure. You definitely said it was a little weird for sure. A little bit of open goals, some plays here and there. Jay Rosef, I know you had a question. I'm gonna toss it over to you.
Yeah, so coming into today, RIT was said to be ranked number 2. So considering they were such a tough opponent, what was your mentality going into this series?
Yeah, we never really look at the rankings. You know, we play
Yeah.
pretty much all the colleges like for scrims and stuff, and we don't ever really look at the rankings. We just go into it the same mentality every time. We're just gonna work on our offense and our game and play our game.
Just focus on yourself.
Yeah.
And hey, you know what? It seemed to work, so more power to you.
Yeah, for sure. And it looks like we lost a little bit of Tugboat there, but you know, I know that he wanted to ask, you know, what was the impact of demolitions overall on this game? You know, we saw a few coming out, and I know that in the matchup between yourself and University of Kentucky, they definitely did focus on demos a lot against you guys.
Yeah, I think the biggest difference between Kentucky and them between their demolitions was their demos weren't in the greatest spots to get them at. It was kind of like I would get demoed like going back towards net, and so that wouldn't really affect me because I would just spawn back with a little extra boost. But Kentucky Skies, he would demo you as we're playing defense, and he would come into our goal and get us, and that's what made the difference.
Yeah, for sure. And you know what? Thanks again for hopping up, joining us in the interview box. I know that Payrod was very adamant about getting another Tennessee Tech member here in the box with us again. And, you know, thanks again. Appreciate you guys. Congratulations for being 2-0 on the day. We'll see you later on when you take on Washington State. But esports fans, don't go anywhere. Right up next, we have Marquette versus Washington State. We'll be on that match shortly. So keep those butts in those seats.
we are back here live, esports fans, with our EGFC Power Series. The playoff continues. I'm FBI October, joined by my man David Hans Chen, up mine down over there, in the producer's box, producing away, making our jobs just so much easier. He is multi-talented. I'm going to talk a little bit about these standings. This is Tennessee Tech up on top, Washington State University up on number 2, RIT bringing up the middle here in 3rd position. That is Marquette on bottom, and I wrote this so illegibly. UConn is number 4. Yep, exactly. My handwriting is atrocious up mine. I do appreciate that. Hans, how are we doing, man? We ready for this game?
Oh, yeah, I'm super ready for this game. You know, we did see Washington go and win that first match today, and Marquette lose, but, you know, I definitely think they have a very different caliber of opponent. You know, Tennessee Tech taking that 2-0 win today so far means that they're definitely one of the strongest teams here. So I definitely think that Marquette has a very strong fighting chance here against Washington State.
Yeah, interesting stuff. Seems that both teams have had pretty even matchups against Tennessee Tech, but like you said, they came through 2-0 on the day. That can be yeah, sung praises of every single day. B9 cool with a very early goal on this one. It's kind of off the sort of weird 150-50, but then both Marquette University members kind of going for split plays on this, we'll say, Hans.
Yeah, for sure. And one of the fastest goals that we've seen so far today, but fantastic job from B900 Cool, knowing that the ball was getting contested, and that's one of the spots that it could end up being. So great early goal here for B900 Cool, and showing why Washington State was able to take that win against UConn, right? But now Marquette definitely have to be the team to answer regardless, because, you know, if they lose again, it's just going to put them a little lower in the standings. It's going to be rough for them to come back a little harder, because it is a round robin. So, you know, every match win matters here.
Yeah, no, I'm with it. The EGFC, you know, opting for a little bit of a longer playoff series. Oh, excuse me. It was, well, I feel like single elimination, double elimination you see all the time, right? There's a lot to be said for bracket resets and the hype that goes from those sorts of situations, but round robin, playoffs, all about it. These colleges getting it done. 1 minute in, Washington State University in the mild lead so far. No huge victories for them quite yet, and just over the top, and that is Ops getting just up there in the nick of time. Nicely done. Now corner plays and a lot of attention given this one. A nice corner play to send that ball sailing up top, getting a lot done, but James actually missing the wide open. Did Nito tag that at the bottom?
Yeah, it was 2 players from Washington, sorry,
Can't do it
from the
twice.
side of Marquette in the goal there, and was able to tag it at the bottom like you mentioned. Can't do it twice though, like you said. B900 Cool getting a great setup play just past Ops there. Great demo happened afterwards, but, you know, just a great play to pass the ball around Ops.
Yeah, just simply putting this ball around and forcing defense to pay attention to a different primary offensive member, always going to give yourself a little bit of advantage. The element of surprise coming in a little bit, even though, you know, it's not completely hidden what you're trying to do, of course. Rocket League continues to be an amazingly unique and interesting esport. Pop comes up. Ops pops out. This is Washington State looking to continue on the offensive pressure, but just like that, Marquette's got it in the midfield. JFG trying here, but just like that, the interaction from James sets up something nice here, centered up well, but again, that's another whiff here, Hans.
Yeah, and, you know, I feel like we talk about this every series. We need these teams to just clean up the play a little bit, you know? I feel like sometimes they're just a little bit shook between these matches overall. But, you know, we've had a pretty big break for both of these guys. They've both had time to reset their mentality coming into this last match, the second part of the round robin here today. And I feel like Washington State's just been doing a fantastic job of controlling this ball.
Yep, and that in large part is my man B900 Cool right here. 4 shots on goal, 3 of them made. Fantastic scoreline from him, putting his team up 3-0 as we're approaching halftime, Hans. Now, again, I always say it, whatever happens in the first half can happen in the second half, but the path from Marquette is long and it is rocky.
Yeah, for sure. And I know B900 Cool really showing why he is the captain here of the side of Washington State University, making those big plays happen. But Marquette trying to make a shot happen. Ops gonna shoot that ball just a little too high, unfortunately. And JFG getting demoed means that Washington State's just going to take control of this ball, try to bring it out, but so much offensive pressure on the side of Marquette. JFG scores.
Yeah, this is Ops and Nito Burrito and patty cake with this ball right here, seriously. JFG just simply waits for his turn. Simple as that. The rotation comes through for ball. He's centered it up well. The Washington State University team is simply not ready for that one. Now, Marquette University's first strike in this game. Game of 1, there's 2 minutes left. Plenty of time to reverse this around and stop the tide that is flowing against Marquette.
For sure, 2 minutes left. And, Marquette definitely has, like I said, a chance to come back into this match. But overall, it really does seem like...
Oh my... Ooh. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream.
No, you're fine. That was a shot that came out of nowhere for me, too. And well-deserving of that little bit of a shot. Ops, great tap with that front left tire of his.
It wasn't that high pitched. It wasn't that high pitched. No, but please go on. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries, man. And honestly, now it's just this game differential of 1 point. Marquette now potentially in the driver's seat, has the momentum to potentially score, but B900 Cool, that star player we've been talking about, definitely not going to let them answer easily.
Ooh, nicely done, but that's James putting that one up, rocking this one around, call it a little billiards action onto our goal, because, yeah, that went up, and it definitely wasn't 100% guaranteed, even once you see that kind of black shading coming on the ball. Of course, that is where the plane of the goal is, just a little indicator visually to help out with spectating. Just like that, a easy peasy runaway play. Ops puts it down bottom, Ops puts it low, and gets another one up. Now the score difference remains at 1 after, what, it went up to 2 for 3 seconds, 5 seconds, Hans?
Yeah, and I think just Ops, fantastic, really quick aversion of just like seeing the ball, knowing that 3 people contested for it. It swerved out a little bit to the right, so he just needs to make another quick turn and puts the ball right into the goal. Fantastic play from him. Fantastic analysis of where the rest of the players on the field are.
Yeah, what's the phrase, like identify an attack or something like that, or I can't exactly remember, but waiting for your opponent to make a mistake. Classic move, love to see it. Ops the nice pop out. SpongeBob is able to meet this one middle, sends it back singing over towards the side of Marquette. JFG tries the same with a little bit more success. Ops now putting this one up on the offense, not defense. Is that centered decently, but Washington State University says no go.
Yeah, Washington State definitely not going to let Marquette try to score without a fight, but they're definitely coming back a little bit, at least. A score difference of 1 definitely means that as long as Marquette can make something happen in these last 30 seconds of the game, they're gonna at least take this to overtime.
Ops is still doing a great job of maintaining pressure offensively. He's been playing these corners very, very well, and frequently when that ball goes in there, he's going to have a play in either shots or to maintain this towards a teammate. A good shot by B100 Cool. Teammate did get the reflect, and that might be right on. No, it's not. Centered up. The rebound is there, but B900 Cool just barely gets on that necessary side. Now we're centered up here as Ops trying. That's really, really good center, but the shot is too high. B900 Cool is in this flying. JFG on the rebound as Ops coming up. Beats SpongeBob there, but again too high. Grounded ball equals Washington State taking game number 1.
Yeah, 4-3, and great plays from both sides, honestly, being able to bring this game back. You're looking at these shots on goal, they've just been so close. Washington State actually not playing the defense that we expected them to have here, actually only have 2 saves overall, so yeah. I definitely think that Marquette can take advantage of that as long as they're looking to play aggressive.
Yeah, so with 8 shots on goal, only a few saves, and a lot of those making it in, this is a very, very close game. This could definitely go either way. We've had, 1-3-1 series on stream so far. Yes, sir, that was the Marquette Tennessee Tech. So Marquette used to go in the distance. We'll see if this one does go into our extra rounds, or if this will end up being a 3-0 sweep for the side of Washington State. Whatever we see, it will be close, and there will be blood, Hobbs.
Yeah, and I think that we've just been having very close games for these past few games, right? We saw in this last series, Tennessee Tech versus RIT, score differences of 1, and, Marquette and Washington State just going to keep that tense moment on our stream, that score difference of 1 overall. This means that these teams are pretty even, but Ops gonna get that first goal. Unfortunately, it looks like Washington State just was not able to get a good defensive touch on it. James looks like he was able to touch it, but it just went in the wrong direction.
Yeah, maybe a difference of 1/10 of a second. He was a little bit up and higher on the one. I guess that's the 2nd degree or so. If you're looking at the clock, would have gotten up there a little bit higher. Would have been able to get in under this one and pop it out. But not happen. Easier said than done, especially when you're talking about these micro plays and differences of what frames per second. So 30 seconds in, Marquette University up 1-0. A lot of pressure against Washington State.
For sure, for sure. And, you know, Marquette being able to take this opening goal actually, I think, helps them a lot. They were able to score these back-to-back goals, and they're going to be able to do it again, scoring this now 2-0 lead. First lead now for Marquette of being this wide.
But first one coming very, very quickly. Second one just taking a little bit longer. Only 40 seconds eaten into this game.
Yeah, and I think that one of the biggest strengths of Marquette University that we've seen is that they've just been able to adapt to their opponents very, very well, right? You know, although they did lose to Tennessee Tech, they did take it to at least a Game 4, not a feat that RIT was able to do, unfortunately, but it means that Marquette has just been playing a little above their game today. I think they've been playing pretty phenomenally to adjust to these difficult opponents for them.
Yeah, I mean, Tennessee Tech, it was winning today. The way they were looking, they were in fine, flashy formation all the way across. SpongeBob coming in here, putting in one of his own, making this lead just a little bit smaller. 3 minutes, 50 seconds is all the time in the world in Rocket League, and we predicted a close game. That's what we're getting.
Close game indeed. Now 1 score difference at 4 minutes. Such a high scoring, I think that's the highest scoring game for the first minute that we've seen so far.
First minute, some change. I mean, yeah, we saw what score totals of 9, score totals of 7. Not exactly sure when those times came in. Maybe that's the next thing I'll complain about Rocket League not having. You know, time of possession always be my go-to complaint here at Hans.
I mean, honestly, the more numbers that a game can provide for a viewer, for statistics, all of that is just always so fantastic to see. But unfortunately, you know, we don't have access to those. But we do have access to James's trying to make something happen. B900 Cool trying to reinforce him now. But it looks like we have 3 Marquette players on the offense, and some Washington State, unfortunately, rotating just fast enough to make something happen on the defense rotation.
Yeah, the Marquette steal there was really fantastic. They'd have several of these. JFG almost turns that one into points, called Alchemy. Marquette is doing a great job midfield of intercepting, but really it's the steals. It's when a Washington State player has got possession of ball and the pressure comes onto him. JFG, Nita Burrito, and Ops have been doing a great job of taking that one away. Oh my, JFG gets the tap that is necessary.
Right off that top crossbar there. It's just going to be a little bit too high for B900 Cool to make another score happen. He really has just been the name of Washington State University today.
Yep, just in shorter form. Less letters.
More numbers.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. And with it. Washington State, of course, won the little battle of the state of Washington against University of Washington last time we cast it together, and they've been doing really, really well. They were able to take the W early against UConn. That was another close barn burner of a match. What, 2-1, 3-0, and 3-2 for that 3-0 sweep. The overall feeling of that match a lot closer than what the score would indicate. And now I think, hands down the longest long ball floater we have seen so far after JFG takes it off of WSU again.
Yeah, and Marquette now really looks like they're just flipping this game, this whole series on its head so far, right? And I definitely think, you know, I mentioned this before and I'll say it again, their adaptations here have been fantastic. And, you know, what does Washington State need to do in order to come back in this series?
Stop losing the ball. They've gotten ball taken away from them multiple times, and their rebounds are not as frequently resulting. When the offensive pops come in, somebody has a good defensive shot, it's not as frequently resulting in the maintaining of possession. A lot of times the other side is able to rack up a second or a third. Marquette University will take that one to the bank all day long, every single time, and twice on Sunday. JFG here now with his 3rd goal of the game, 4th shot.
Yeah, did his opponent just ride on top of Yeah, he drove over JFG and couldn't touch the ball. That was such an interesting play to see. Wow. I think that's the symptom of the flat car, huh? Yeah.
Presence of mind by JFG, that's all that was. That was not a mistake at all, Hans. What he realized was coming, got over in between that player and the ball, and played that role extensively with how fast he was coming in. He was not able to maintain what the after car collision, was not able to flip again into ball. No result. for that guy. For the defender who's coming in. Excuse me, JFG with fantastic play again.
Yeah, and 1 minute left. Oh my god. Washington State definitely has a difficult fight back, and I do have to agree with the point you made earlier. You know, Washington State needs to clean up this ball control. B900 seems like he's the one guy who's able to, you know, manipulate the ball the way he wants to, but a little bit of play from SpongeBob and James just needs to be cleaned up a little bit. That's great setup there from B900 Cool, but his teammate was just a little too far out in mid. So just, it feels like their communication has gone a little stale, and they just need to pick that communication back up. You know, 30 seconds left. They can just play the rest of this game out. Just reset your mentality for game, in my opinion.
Yep. And what Marquette wants to do, play a little keep away. 3 is the lead, but this could be surmounted by Washington State. That was almost the second one that they needed right there. Would have been made it a little bit easier for them, but as it is, what we're looking at is basically now a best of 3 situation. Game 1 going over to Washington State. Game 2 looks like, yeah, Game 2 will go over to our mans over at Marquette University. And now whoever takes 2 rounds after this, after we get our guaranteed Game 4, will take the series, Hans.
Yeah, and I think that due to how like back and forth this is, if Washington State is able to reset well enough, I honestly believe that they should be able to come back in this series. And, you know, oh, it looks like we are going to do a quick server reset. So guys, you know, we will be right back. And once we get that set over for you guys, so don't go anywhere.
And we are back, esports fans, EGFC, back on the line. We're with the playoffs. This is Marquette University taking on Washington State. Now, Game 1 went Washington State 3-4. Game 2, Marquette 4-1. We have a tied series, 1-1. Both of these teams looking to take Game number 3. Marquette looking to continue on with that momentum. Washington State looking to take their second win of today. Let's see who is able to accomplish that one.
Yeah, both of these guys trying to take the second win of the match, though. But it looks like from the beginning, Marquette was trying to be in the driver's seat coming out of Game 2. You know, we kind of saw both teams take their own game of control, and now it looks like Washington State's going to fight back. And are we seeing flashbacks to Game 1, where B900 Cool scores everything?
Just B900 Cool things, right? This was an Imgur post or whatever. That's just what he does. That's just he can make this stuff look easy. Game number 1 was dominated in large part by B900 Cool. I believe he got 2 of those 4 scores for Washington State in the beginning, and dominating plays like that will only serve Washington State. Marquette not gonna find a whole lot of advantage in that.
Yeah, for sure. And now Washington State finally getting the lead that they wanted in Game 2. And now we're going to see how they're going to take the actions in order to maintain this lead. James going to try to set something up here, but going to be taken away. I think the biggest thing to note from Game 2 is that Marquette was just winning a lot more of these 50-50s to Washington State. And that definitely has shown up a lot. Also, there were only 2 saves on the side of Washington State overall. They just need to clean up that defensive play a lot more too.
I hear you. Yeah, 4-1 scoreline. I can definitely see that one. There's not a standout defensive player for the side of Washington State, you know. James has done some nutty things on offense. B900 Cool Brew just got done raving about, and SpongeBob has been passing these balls expertly, but defense is just a simply different narrative, Hans.
For sure, and now B900 getting that demo on the offensive side. Another demo on James, so it evens up the players 2-2, but James is going to have to make a long rotation back to this midfield, and because of that, Marquette's going to be able to take this ball out a little bit and control it for themselves.
Ops has been the saving grace multiple times for Marquette. He's been frequently playing that back position. Now, RIT, we saw them more maintaining that, definitely farther up. We heard Jay Rosef, Jay Rosef, talk about how RIT actually sometimes take as a disadvantage from that and more Ops to play that hyper offense. I really feel like Ops has played, the opposite of that. He's been playing farther back. He's always rotated back, never the one to be pig-headed about an offensive push and try and be, selfish with it or force something that is simply not going to happen. Now James showing up in this score feed. It's a long ball from him after almost 2 minutes of play.
Yeah, and just driving it straight up the field. Gets it by one of their defenders early on, and that's just quite unfortunate. The rest of Marquette University not able to be there. And now a score lead of 2 at exactly halfway through the game. Ops is going to try to go for another opening goal. I think he's done this twice now.
So what exactly happens? Okay, so that's kind of a coercive pinch between JFG and a WSU member, and during the thick of things, SpongeBob, which is reasonable, he's going over to Big Boost. He's trying to get set up for defense. It's hard to anticipate a straight shot, especially coming so quickly, but just like that, it happens again! Nito Burrito, a little replication of a play there.
I am literally out of my seat. This double commit to that front ball. Oh my god, the second opening goal must sting now for Washington State. This game is tied up in just like under 10 seconds.
Yeah, like eight, I think like 8 actual seconds of play, because again, just for anybody who does not watch a whole lot of Rocket League, the time does not start until the ball is touched. Another very close shot from B900 Cool, him looking to continue on the pressure that he has shown he is capable of all day long. JFG with a nice offensive destruction here, but now the respawn comes in. Numbers back even, 3-3. Nice intercept here from James. We saw him get his first goal of the series so far. Trying to get this one out. JFG doing his part to make that not happen. And just like that, Washington State University comes through with some solid defensive pops. SpongeBob answering this one up top. And at least for the time being, offensive pressure over.
Yep, and Washington State's going to try to control this ball now. B900 Cool wasn't able to ground it to the rest of his teammates. So Marquette going to try to make a few more plays here. This offensive rotation has been absolutely fantastic. Right off the crossbar, pass to JFG. Great shot.
Always the second shot. Ops, fantastic the one on that one. He pulls the defender up. That's SpongeBob. Yeah, it's hard to always read the angles perfectly. But if SpongeBob had noticed that that was not going to be at such an angle that even on the rebound it would have gone in, he would have been able to be back and provide a little bit more defensive presence. But as it was, he bit on what he thought was a shot.
Yeah, for sure. And now Washington State going to get a little bit more control. Unfortunately, passes it right into the hand of Ops. James going to be able to touch it now, though. Throwing it right over to Marquette members. This may be the play that they were looking for, but Ops, I feel like he's just been everywhere. His play has just been cranked up to 901, a little bit past B900 Cool there, right? And now Marquette, they're going to try to close the rest of this game. A minute left. They're just going to keep up this ball control. All right, so now it looks like Washington State going to try to push this ball back into the driver's seat, back into their own hands. James gonna be able to try to make a pass on a B900, but maybe just a feint, tries to make a shot happen. Unfortunately not. B900 gonna be on the defensive side to retrieve it, but just slipping out of his grasp there. 23 seconds left in the game. It means that Washington State University needs to make a play happen, or else this game is going to be looking to go over to the side of Marquette University. 12 seconds left. Nito Burrito is going to try to take this ball out just to relieve some pressure on them, but SpongeBob going to try to do his best to make this recovery. James going to put this ball in the air. This ball has to touch the ground in order for them to close this game out. Almost to the goal, but touches the ground right in front of it. Marquette's going to take this game for now. And I believe we're going to a game 4 right after this.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Tugboat.
There you go. Sorry about that. Just little connection issues with the old Discord and whatnot. But I do believe that was Marquette taking that one.
Yep, Marquette took that one 3-2 over Washington State there.
Gotcha. No further action after I was, facing my hardware issues. So Marquette, with a solid amount of momentum behind them, will they sail on with this easy 3-game sweep after the game 1 very, very close, 3-4 for Washington State. But Washington State, even if they do lose this, they can take solace in the fact that they took a map off of Marquette.
Yeah, for sure. That map differential does end up applying to some tiebreakers there, and it would make it so that these guys are both 1-1 on the day if Marquette were to take this win. And now Washington State, he's just going to try to continue making these plays.
I am with it. I am with it. A lot of pressure here, and that was a good rebound and a fantastic read by our Washington State members. That would have gone in had it not been interrupted midway. Trajectory was perfect. Nice pop out by JFG. He has been characterized by those so far. We'll see what Ops and the rest does with this. That's decently centered up and a perfect top corner shot from B900 Cool. This man's, again, just absolute control of his car. And the reading of angle is absolutely perfect.
Yeah, B900 has been that star player, and another first goal of the game from him. This is the 3 out of the 4 games so far has just been first goal going to B900, and honestly, great showing from him to start, but I wanted him to keep that pressure on for the entire rest of the game, right? He was able to do that in game 1, and that's why they were able to close that out, but it feels like he was a little bit gone after that first goal in games 2 and 3.
The consistency is key, right? That's always a, not necessarily an issue, but always something to pay attention to, no matter what esports you are playing. 1 minute in, Washington State up 1-0. Marquette's been in this situation before, so no real fretting quite yet, no need for concern.
Yeah, and it looks like B900 was trying to set something up there for James. Unfortunately, they both committed to the corner, so they were not able to have someone in center. B900 now going to go up and try to take this ball away, but is going to get demoed for it, unfortunately. Means that SpongeBob is going to try to make this play happen himself.
That was a good commit there by Nita Burrito a second ago on the offense, but defensive pressure always there. Nicely done. JFG reading that one like a book and saw B900 Cool coming in all day long. Got exactly where he needed to. Now offensive pressure started against Washington State. SpongeBob across 1. SpongeBob across 2 now. That actually ball momentum coming back towards Washington. B900 Cool gets it up top. James with the pass on this one as this rotates back around. Members of Marquette trying to enter this one up, and JFG gets a good bounce play on this to send it side. B900 Cool has possession for now, but Ops on the other side. JFG, let's pop play over. There's the, that was the attempted pass on Nita Burrito, but did not connect.
Yeah, attempted pass for sure, but this game has just been slowing down fantastically, and I want to note here that Washington State has just been playing a phenomenal defense in this game so far, and I definitely think that's what was the major thing that I discredited them for in games 2 and 3. If they can't shore up their defense, then they're just going to make all these goals happen. B900 making another shot happen.
Yeah, so he gets on one side and pops a little bit more, but he is going just a little bit faster than JFG, and JFG's angle is not true. Nice little roll action on the right side of this ball gives it the necessary momentum to just take its time getting on in there, right?
Yeah, indeed. And now a 2-point lead for Washington State. They just need to not lose it like the last game where Marquette was able to find 2 very quick back-to-back goals, but now SpongeBob right there in front of the goal. I was talking about this improved defense, loving to see it. SpongeBob touching the ball again.
Yeah, a player we've seen on both sides, but I think he has really been showing out more recently, like you said, when it comes to those more rebound plays. Now, ball cornered out against side of Marquette. JFG doing his best to get this one out and then centers it up perfectly. B900 Cool almost took that one to the bank all day long. Now, James getting a little flack up top, not able to get the angle required on that one as members of Washington State continue to rotate around. James with the demolition on this one. Nicely done, B900 cool. Again with the intercept and again with the perfect angle, Hans.
Yeah, that demo was a great setup. It means that they just had one less player in front of the net. Great angle there, like you mentioned, seeing the different ways that the Marquette University cars are going to be committed to that ball, finding that one hole and going straight for it.
Indeed. What the what's the Happy Gilmore quote about? Going home or whatever. I can't remember. Oh well. 90 seconds then. This is Marquette University still has a shot, but okay. I'm gonna say this is the way we've been playing. James and company now at 4-0 up. I think this might have the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and it really does seem like Washington State really is just finding those little holes in the defense just as they're going to score, right? I have to ask Tugboat, are you an anime watcher at all by any chance?
I do not watch anime at all.
My God. I've been watching a little bit of IQ, which is like a volleyball anime where they can go up, they see the little bit of a hole in the defense and they just make those plays happen, right? And it really feels like Washington State's analytical side has just been opening up so well. And now 5-0 lead, the biggest lead that we've seen today.
Yes, what interesting stuff. 7 the score total for the first game, 5-5, and now looking at 6 with SpongeBob on another one. This is Washington State on an absolute run.
Yeah.
Production chiming in. David is a man of culture.
Yo, Haikyuu is one of the best sports animes out there right now. I would agree. And now
sports animes, another term I did not anticipate hearing. Hearing when I woke up this morning, those 2 words just I did not would not have predicted. Gun to the head, never would have guessed.
Hey man, definitely give it a shot if you can, but B900 is gonna try to make a shot happen himself. 6 points in the lead. What a lead. 1 minute left in the game. Is it even possible for Marquette to bring this back?
I love Rocket League because with a minute left, I mean, anything's possible, but it is going to be incredibly hard. Now, Ops getting the first one, that makes it a little bit easier, but 53 seconds, about an average of, 10 seconds per, something like that, and going to have to go all the way Marquette in a game where Washington State has scored 6 times in a row unanswered. Yeah, I think this game number 4 is done and dusted.
That's fair, but we also have seen Ops doing some really great opening goals. He's gonna go for it, but unfortunately not. Just off by a little bit there. I was hoping to see it. I wanted to see a little bit of a comeback. That guillotine play just, I thought it wasn't going in, but James able to confirm it there. 7-1 now lead for Washington State.
I'm looking at this. This doesn't. That looks like that might have been a ball had lost momentum. That was not going to go in by itself. That needed a player on either side. And it just so happens Washington State come out on top, maintaining that, mental facilities. Right, I say it all the time. Just maintaining the cool, calm, and collected composure when under pressure, and that's exactly what's necessary. There's no point in just dumping all your boost out and trying to move fast. It's just going to make it harder for yourself in situations like that.
Yeah, and I think between these two teams, I would have to say that it's a little bit of a battle of the star players. It's basically, for me, it's Ops versus B900 Cool. Ops able to get a lot of these opening goals, a lot of these setups for himself. B900 Cool able to be that setup player, being able to confirm all of these goals for the side of Washington State. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like we do have a series on our hands. It looks like we're going to be going to our first Game 5 of the day.
Nicely done. We've had a 3-1 already. We've had loads of 3-0s, Hans, but this is what we like. This is the caster's delight. Game number 5. No bracket reset capabilities here, but that doesn't matter because this is as close as it gets. What is this? 12 shots attempted for Washington State, only 6 on the other side of Marquette. I think that's the tail of the take right there, Hans.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that this is one of the best, since this has been one of the best games so far for the side of Washington State, they're going to be able to take this momentum and just bring it into this next game, right? Mentality is one thing, but momentum is just another. 7-1 is just such a crushing, dominating lead.
Yep. But really, and especially given that Marquette was just coming off of a 2-game run, that is as much momentum as you're going to get in the best of 5. You cannot get a 3-game run. You would be winning at that point. The series would be over. 2-game run for Marquette, and they're not able to hold on to this one. Now pushed on to a game number 5. Washington State driver's seat, cruise control on, foot on the foot pedal, all the driving analogies and puns that you want to toss would all be accurate here.
Yeah, for sure. Now, for just starting this game now, Ops is going to try to make something happen right off the ceiling. Gonna push it downfield, but SpongeBob is already there to answer. Slows down the ball. Ops tries to flip it back to a teammate, but James is already in the air to answer.
A lot of near goal interactions like this, and decent little rebound puts us back over towards WSU, but nicely done by SpongeBob, keeping the play alive on this one. Answering through that, flipping through the 50-50 and 1 as James now playing the roll, rotating around, taking the tap on that. This one be centered out decently. Ops just on the perfect side.
Yeah, I feel like Ops has just been a little bit of everywhere for the side of Marquette University in these past games. He's really trying to put the rest of the team on his back a little bit, but Nito Burrito gonna try to do a little bit of something himself. B900 cool though, not gonna let them answer SpongeBob. I think primarily I'd love to compliment Washington State University on their improvement of their offensive rotations. It seems like they've just been able to play around this front of the goal a lot better and not let Marquette take control of this ball.
1 minute, some change in. And we saw a very high scoring game number 1, total of 7, 5, 5, and then 8 for score totals coming out through games 2, 3, and 4 respectively. I would have anticipated this to be a little bit higher scoring, right, Hans? I mean, that just makes... What just... Hang on a second. Let me watch this again from a different angle.
Oh my god, yeah, I felt like I blinked and I missed it there myself. Just a
Okay.
setup
I thought that bounced off the top of SpongeBob and just happened to be a clean 180 bounce, which is almost unheard of, right?
Yeah, for sure, but it looks like he just snuck it right under B900 cool there. Now, it means that Marquette is in the lead again, and, you know, being in the lead on the top of Game 5 is going to feel really good for you, but Washington State is not letting this offensive pressure down.
That's a decent little angle, and that'll be centered up and nicely done. That's B900 cool, taking advantage of that one.
Yeah, for sure. B900 cool. I mentioned him earlier as being that star player on the side of Washington State, and he's been able to find just really, really great angles. And I think that's just him knowing his car very well, knowing his opponents very well, and being able to make those goal confirms.
And 3 minutes in now, it's tied at 1-1 series. A lot of back and forth. Again, there has not been a whole lot of midfield play wherein teams have to fight over possession of ball. Really just spend a lot of time in corners and more. Now, how these teams have been performing in corners really has spelled out the rest of this game, and that is a perfect pass coming on in here. B900 cool able to sing this one in, but SpongeBob with the taps over the top would not have happened without.
Yeah, and the setup plays, just again, like I said, those offensive rotations have just been cleaning up. Those edges have been polished. Tugboat finally here for Washington State, and they're going to try to confirm the rest of this game.
Yeah, what I called it a haircut earlier. Maybe it was you know, going through coronavirus quarantine. They finally gotten their haircut looking sharp. Edges have been cleaned, polished indeed. James now here, solid tap out after the ball comes up, hits crossbar just a little bit higher than. That's a nice shot. Is that the perfect angle? The angle not true, but the timing was perfect. But just like that, Marquette University has continued to show prowess. I gotta shout this out. It's continued to show prowess whenever the shots come in, getting this back on over, and they get on offense very quickly.
They definitely do. I think they've just been using those boosts so well and knowing how to maintain them. Boost control is just so powerful in this game. Now James gonna try to go for a cheeky little ceiling play here, but B900 gonna have to play more defensively himself. Ops taking it out of his hand. You know, I always love to see an Ops versus B900 50-50.
Yeah, those are definitely the more flashy offensive players from these two. You've been talking about B900 cool. I've been shouting about him as well, but Ops has been showing up for sure. Nice angle there, JFG. One showing up on defense. Speaking of.
I definitely want to compliment JFG. He's been having a fantastic defensive play so far on the day. I want to see how many... He's had 2 saves so far in this game, but I don't know, even if...
This is Game 5, though. Yeah, like...
Well, yeah.
Yep. 100%. Marquette has had their work cut out for them from JFG, doing amazing things defensively. I got to shout out his prowess midfield as well. It's not always about blocking off that goal. A lot of times, simply there's going to be teammates who can do that job for you. But the midfield presence, he's been consistently showing out. Now B900 Cool, 4th shot on goal, 3rd successful goal. He has gotten all of the scores for the side of Washington State University in our game number 5.
Yeah, and it's really looking a lot like game number 1. You know, I think that ended with 1 score on the side of Marquette, and B900 scoring almost everything besides 1. And that 1 was for James, so I'm going to keep an eye on him for a little bit. You know, James is going to try to make the corner play happen.
James has 7 shots. James has 7 attempted shots on goal.
That's
How is that?
impressive.
Yeah, yes. James is a great player. How have none of those connected? Maybe that is just a statue in of itself, a monument to the greatness of the Marquette University defense. 7 shots, everyone blocked off. Who would have guessed it?
Yeah, and it really does show that Marquette has been playing this game very well on the defense. It's just that B900 has been the one getting those little bit of an angle confirmed. And that's just experience in the game, right? Knowing how to flick the ball in the proper direction that you need it to. Now, Marquette going in the offense, but 10 seconds left in this game is going to be very rough for them to come back.
Yeah, but still definitely possible. They get this, they keep ball off, not grounded from the 50-50, but just like that, wait, we got a roller. Nope, not going to happen. Our time clock expires. Even if Marquette University takes this, they will only end this out at a 2-3 scoreline. Game 5 barn burner going the way of Washington State. Well done. They have definitely earned it all the way through here, Hans.
Yeah, for sure. B900 Cool and crew doing a fantastic job of closing this game out. You know, we're after that game 1, you know, we were confident that Washington State were going to try to bring it back a little bit. And closed out that series pretty quickly, but Marquette brought it back, and Washington State brought it right back to them. But for now, I believe we're going to just try to cut to an interview, try to find someone here on the Washington State side to come into the box here to join us. So don't go anywhere, esports fans. We'll be right back.
are back, esports fans. EGFC playoffs continue now. We will be seeing another matchup here. My last casted, but we got a little interview action going on with SpongeBob. Here with Haunts. SpongeBob, how are you doing today, man?
I'm doing well. How about you?
I'm doing pretty well. Haunts and I have a few questions for you. Haunts up first.
Man, SpongeBob, good to have you here. Did you think that this series was going to be so close against Marquette today?
Honestly, I have never played this team, so I didn't know what to expect coming in. But after game one, it went pretty smoothly. But then game two, we had a lot of kickoff goals come against us, and we felt we kind of got cheated. But we came back and just kind of took the series.
Took the series, you did. Now, he asked about, kind of overarching. I need to ask about that game 4. This seemed like a very even matchup otherwise, but then the game 4 bomb comes through 7-1 for your squad. What was different about that game 4?
I think we focused a lot more on our kickoffs to try to not allow them to get quick goals right after we score, and then we just try to focus on pressure.
Gotcha.
And honestly, you're done about halfway through the day, right? You got a break later on through the day. So what are your thoughts on your opponent so far, on the group overall, honestly?
I know we've been talking about RIT a lot and Tennessee Tech. I think those are the two teams to look out for in the group. But other than that, we had a good start so far. We're hoping to just continue through.
I hear you. And speaking of RIT, I do believe you guys are, speaking of Tennessee, I do believe you guys are playing them next. How do you feel going into that matchup against Tennessee, another team that has taken 2 Ws today?
They're probably going to be pretty tough. I think it might be a close series, but anything's possible. So
there you go, keeping the hopes and dreams alive. I love it. SpongeBob, I want to thank you for coming on in here and giving us a few minutes of your time. I'm FBI Tubbo here with Haunts, and we'll be back with you for some more Rocket League action. Do not tune away. We'll be here. Cub.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. Hello and welcome back, esports fans. We are here live. The last match that I'm going to cast, but we have loads of Rocket League after this for you. I'm FBI Tugboat here casting with Haunts, my man Upmind over there on Producer's Box. Producer Wayne making our job just so much easier. And we got another man in the box here. Cub is with us. This is another RIT broadcast major. Is that correct, Cub?
Yes, that is. How you doing, FBI?
I'm doing pretty well. I'm casting Rocket League. That means I cannot complain too much.
Indeed, indeed.
Part of the contract.
Yeah, and luckily, I think we got 2 RIT casters on both of the RIT games today, which is quite interesting indeed. You know, RIT unfortunately taking that first loss on the day to Tennessee Tech. It's not something that we expected. Were you able to catch that game earlier, Cub?
Yeah. I mean, it was certainly a tight series. Like, yeah. I mean, it was a 3-0, but like RIT was certainly putting up a fight. The whole time, so hopefully they can turn something around with the momentum in this game.
I'm with it. Right now we are looking at a slightly different RIT roster as well. Josh V coming on in here for Bindo. We got Sunblaze and we got Queso going up against the UConn squad of Chirpa, Disaster, and Ackman. Nobody taking scores quite yet.
Ooh, that was a good setup there from Casho, but quite missing the mark there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Queso doesn't have his friend Bindo. Wanted to see the beans and cheese combo come out, but unfortunately, Queso's not going to have his duo partner that we saw him perform with so well, Josh V.
Nice.
Yeah, Queso getting a great score there. I believe it's just a nice pass right over the defenders.
Yeah, excellent off the backboard, getting a free shot, easy dump over the heads.
Yeah, a lot of people said for maintaining, again, the cool, calm, and collectedness. There's no need to hit this one very, very fast. He was witnessing the UConn player defenders coming through here, not able to hit the angle, and that was just Sunblaze with a pop out, and without touching his teammate on the way, that would not have been popped out. Fantastic stuff. You should clip that if it went too fast for you.
Yeah.
I mean everybody, not necessarily you, Cub.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure I'll be clipping it as well, but gotta focus on the cast here. Yeah, just getting denied there by Sunblaze.
Yeah, he's been playing some really, really impressive defense. Another block on that one. We're talking about, what, 3 or 4 in the past 40 seconds or so, and RIT is up. Now, Disaster and how UConn will be taking this defensively will spell out a lot of how this momentum is going to go here, Cub.
Yeah, well, I know that RIT does like to play typically 1 back, sitting roughly around midfield or so, have him easy for rotation, getting back on the defense, and then they like to play 2 forwards. Sunblaze typically being one of their better players. I think that he goes forward quite often, but I could be completely incorrect on that.
No,
Just
that
getting
is
my names mixed up.
No, that is right on the money there. That is right on the money.
And with
You
the
are
setup,
100% correct. Nicely
Yeah.
done. Now, Josh now coming in, proving a little bit of value for the team, right? Bindo was, I believe, is the main roster member. Josh V now coming in for the sub.
Yeah, and Josh making a name for himself indeed. Now getting that score for himself for sure. And it seems like RIT really just is putting on some unrelenting pressure. And UConn is...
That could have been another one. Yeah, Josh has got that crossbar hero tag in his name. See it right under their little, what's the word? It's like aesthetics. Game skins. They do not have game effect overall. 2 minutes in, he's looking at a UConn squad that has not put up a score quite yet. We'll be looking for a hole in this defense.
Yeah, and I feel like it's just been so tough for UConn to transition this ball off of their side of the field, and it seems like a lot of the time they're just not as coordinated as this RIT side, but RIT is just going to continue on this pressure. You know, our earlier third caster said that RIT is definitely a little bit of a glass cannon, full offense, less defense, right? That's all they're focused on.
Yeah, I mean, certainly with the way that they like to set up, they have the option to send a full 3-man commit, but it's always the option of being able to rotate back. So there's definitely a weak point there if you have a team that can transition the ball over quickly. But right now, it doesn't seem like UConn's really able to get that speed going that they need.
We're talking predictions, Hans. UConn doubling up on defense so far has proved successful. Of course, aside from the first 2 scores, but if they continue to do that, I do not see a situation in which RIT does not understand that and start to punish. Double defensive commits are very situational.
Yeah, and Disaster challenging Sunblaze for that ball for so long, guarding that inner edge, going around this, going for boost pickups, and now UConn seems like they finally have a really good control of this ball, but RIT is just not going to let them have it if they can. Sunblaze going to win that in air and going to try to make something happen. Unfortunately, him and Queso both committed for that, and that ball went a little bit unpredicted.
So, and so the as open a goal as you get. There was a barn door open right there. UConn not able to take advantage of that one quite yet. Not many signs pointing the way of a UConn squad that's going to be able to take this back. Just have to call it like I see it.
Yeah, I mean, there have been a few shots like that where it might not have been as open, but certainly was a pretty easy shot to just get the dump, and they've kind of just missed the targets on these hitboxes.
That's fair. That's
but,
fair.
Yeah, closing it out here, RIT going game 1 with a 2-0.
Yeah. Although RIT did take this 2-0, I want to say that they do need to clean up their gameplay a little bit. There's a lot of times that Sunblaze went up to go for these scores and go for these shots, and he was just off on the angle by so much. You know, we usually see very clean, very consistent play out of RIT. You know, we even put them at the big top of this group, and against an opponent like UConn, I honestly fully expected an even wider goal margin than just 2.
Yeah, I think that Sunblaze, he often likes to take the approach of the more shots I take, the more are going to go in. So sending those high-flying, mid-air bullets right for the goal is often what you'll see from him. Missing that Bindo combination of having someone to pass to him. Oh, excuse me, I wasn't ready to...
You're fine. You're fine.
No worries.
I forgot I have to do that as spectator.
You're totally good, man.
No worries.
Continue on what you're saying.
But yeah, Bindo not being there to double up on that high-flying, gymnastics-esque...
The acrobatic play up top. The
Yeah.
You know, I'm with it. Something I have to point out here is without Sunblaze, I don't see this RIT squad having game 1 go their way, straight up. Sunblaze had some absolutely, what's the word with Hercules? Herculean? I don't know how to say it, actually. Some fantastic...
Herculean, yeah.
There you go. Hans, my man. That's why we have co-casters like you, my friend. Herculean efforts on defense. Now, on offense, he had shots, didn't make anything, but he had literally both assists on both of the goals that were made. Without him, I mean, you cut and paste another player who maybe only does the offensive stuff or only does defensive stuff, we might still be seeing game 1 go. As it is, we're in game 2. RIT did take that 2-0, and this is a UConn squad who's failed yet to put up a single goal.
Yeah, and this is honestly one of the cleanest plays that I've seen out of RIT, and this is something that I want to see right at the end of that last game, right? Solid pass from Josh V, top of the right side wall, right? Straight to Sunblaze. Sunblaze getting that angle exactly perfectly. Just a great set of play. And this is what I want to see out of RIT more. Josh V now going for a little bit of a style play. Misses the corner shot, unfortunately.
This is Josh V over here trying to trying to prove earns that starting spot, perhaps. He's done some fantastic stuff so far. No reason to let up on that pedal.
Yeah, with some good defensive plays, some good assists, and right there, Pasho getting the free pass off to Josh V. Oh no, it was Josh V getting it off to Queso.
Yep.
Queso?
It's Queso. It's Queso. We've done that a lot. That's a completely reasonable pronunciation, because that is what I said probably the first 10 games I casted RIT and horribly mispronounced Mr. Queso's tag.
Yeah, he is a new player to the squad, so haven't had the fortunate pleasure of casting him before.
Gotcha. Oh, gravy. I'm sure he doesn't take it personally, Cub.
Yeah.
We're about 90 seconds into this one, and the same exact situation for RIT is panning out that we saw game 1.
Yeah, and I think that Sunblaze and his crew has just been opening up so much more. Great block from Queso, like you just said there, Tugboat. But earlier we saw a double demo coming out from Sunblaze onto 2 of the members of UConn. I feel like they're feeling a little more comfortable. I definitely think that the mindset of losing to Tennessee Tech has shook them up a little bit, but now they're just making these incredible plays happen. Josh V off the ceiling.
Josh V off the ceiling, indeed. I love it. That was his second shot, I believe. First goal made and got assist as well. See if he is able to put up defensive plays as well, and that would make for an entirely well-rounded player throughout Game of Rocket League here in our game number 2. Again, UConn taking first one. Or excuse me, RIT taking first one. Numbers are hard.
Yeah, that's why I became a design major.
Yep, that's why I'm a play-by-play, not a color. You take these single-digit numbers, you add them together, and I'm lost sometimes, Cub.
I get it.
Sure, and now we have 2.5 minutes left. Oh my god, UConn has just been feeling this pressure over and over and over, getting so few shots on this goal overall. Honestly, Tugboat, how does UConn even come back from a situation like this?
Stop the passes. You mentioned it. This is an RIT squad that realized the importance of those and what they've taken off of those in between these games, in between game 1 and 2. They have recreated that a couple different times now, and whenever the passes come in, like that one, it's not the first shot. It's not the first shot, Hans. It's the second shot. This pops up, Queso putting this one, and then makes the play onto the defender, now popping that out just barely as 3 different members of UConn try to swarm onto this ball. Too many cooks in the kitchen again. That's the type of situation on this one. Nobody on the side of UConn able to actually make connections with this ball. And the pass, again, proving all the value in the world. If UConn wants to stop this, they have to stop the passes.
Yeah, it's just so disappointing to see one of those replays and see the ball literally go over all 3 members of your team. That can just be so heartbreaking. And now 2 minutes left. I don't think UConn can come back from this. It feels like their mentality has just been so shaken up. Chirpa has had some fantastic shot numbers 3 here overall, but UConn has been able to shore up their defense too. I think they're just finally shaking off the game against Tennessee Tech. They're feeling a lot more comfortable now, and Sunblaze getting another demo onto Chirpa too. This is going to be so rough for them.
Yeah, so that demolition came through to stop the offensive pressure that was coming onto them, make those numbers in their advantage just a little bit more. Just like that, Ackman almost takes a wide open shot, not going to land on that. Now 90 seconds, again, UConn struggling to find their first.
And there it is, right as you mentioned it, Disaster with the follow-up.
Speaking of Shell Pier, there you go.
Yeah, I honestly think the caster curse likes to strike us every once in a while, but just a great analysis from Disaster. Seeing the goal is open, seeing that he's just right there, crank on the boost and just tap it in with that front left of your car means that UConn is finally on the board.
Yeah, and that's kind of taking advantage of RIT's more offensive play. Having those few defenders back on rotations, you can have offensive follow-ups to try and get those cheeky little dumps in.
Yep, the plays that have a little emotion attached, right?
Yeah.
Those are going to be the ones that get in the mind of your opponents, and will they have an effect? Not sure. UConn has gotten there first. We'll see if they'll be able to ride a little bit of momentum. And if this does end out, then try. They have another shot after this as a best of 5. We'll only be seeing RIT up 2-0.
Yeah, and RIT already learning, keeping 1 extra in the goal, not committing too much for that block.
Learning indeed. Doing a fantastic job of adapting to their opponents, and in these best of 5s, that's definitely what you want to do, right? It's not like a solo queue game where you just hop on, play a best of 5, one game against someone and then you queue up against another one, right? You're playing against the same opponents for at least 3 games in a row, so it's always good to learn, always good to absorb the information that you can and how each person plays.
This is where I always say that it's not necessarily the quote better team coming in, it is the most improved player, like you were saying, Hans, coming across a multi-game series. It's always about that improvement, because what that shows is that you can come through on pressure and still do what is needed. Now, this second one, going back over towards RIT again, a little bit of a different scoreline on this one. No, it's not actually the exact same scoreline. Score difference of 2. Or not the exact same scoreline, the same score difference, excuse me. RIT up by 2 scores, solidly rounding out our round number 2.
Yeah, and that's definitely a point that we've made before of like, hey, you know, although you do take this loss here, you have closed the game with a goal of your own. It means that you don't have to take a completely lost mentality going into this next game, right? UConn definitely has some chance of coming back. You know, these score differentials of 2, although that first one was rough since you didn't score any, at least you put some balls into the net here, right?
Mhm.
As long as you can clean up that your defense a little bit, make sure that RIT isn't able to command their offensive pressure so much and just bring that ball out of your side of the field, I definitely think they can bring this to a game 4 at the very least.
Something that jumps out to me here, Hans and Cub, same amount of defensive stops, same amount of saves for both teams. Just happens to be RIT that came through and was able to connect with 2 extra of those. The save's not possible for those 2 for side of UConn. Now, looking at UConn's possible last chance. Well, this is their last chance. If they take this, then we'll see a game 4 situation. If they take that, then we'll see another game 5 like we just saw in our matchup between Marquette and Washington State University.
Yeah, this is no game of Mario Maker 2 right now. You're on your kind of last threads. It's do or die time for this UConn squad.
Yes, sir. Yeah, there's no lives left in the bank. No size mushrooms will save you in this one.
Yeah, for sure. And UConn has to come back, like you mentioned, and oh god, at least they're definitely putting on this offensive pressure here. And you know, we mentioned before that RIT is definitely a bit of a glass cannon. If they can keep up this offensive pressure on the side of UConn, I really think that they should be able to at least put something into the back of the net to start this game. Chirpa in the air, gonna go for something, but he misses it, unfortunately.
Yeah, Queso trying to center it out there. Nothing really going to come of it. It's just too cramped by the UConn in the midfield. Ackman looking for something to set up off the back. Board Disaster not going to go for it.
That was a nice chip by Chirpa over the side of the defender, excuse me. And just like that, this is team of RIT in that offensive role. 90 seconds in now as a nice corner comes out, and Josh not able to connect with that one. I do believe I've been paying attention. I do believe that was Josh's first true whiff of this series.
Yeah, for sure. And Queso, fantastic save from him to make that happen, because otherwise, if he couldn't make that save happen, that was definitely a score for UConn. There's no other teammate nearby. But now Sunblade is going to try to take this out, set up another corner play for his teammate potentially. Dribbles it straight to center. Josh gets a touch on it, but going a little too high this time, unfortunately.
The pop out now going the way of RIT. Yeah, Cub, I want to ask, what do you think that this RIT squad should do? Should they more play like the super hard offense like they're used to, or should they try and come in and play more defensively? Because UConn is getting shots in and opportunities like they have not in previous games. Their first lead now is accomplished by this 1-0 first goal for UConn.
Yeah, so I think I'm going to give RIT the same advice that I was thinking of what UConn needed a little bit earlier.
My.
Oh.
And that's Rocket League for you. That's how quickly you can go, Cub. Yeah, sorry. I realized my question there might have been a little bit elongated. What I'm asking is, does RIT stay on offense, or do they try and rotate on and play more defensively and take those rebounds out to then try and take offensive positivity? Yeah.
Yeah, I think what RIT is going to need to do is, right now, they're probably tilted. I know some of these guys, and they can get their mental state bruised pretty hard at times. I think what they need to do is start controlling the ball a little bit more on their half, work their way up, get their kind of groove back in, and maybe not try to go for all these flashy plays, but look for just more clean, controlled ball handling. Like even right now, they're just kind of doing these little passes, taking shots when they can get them, pull a defender out, draw them in. But yeah, this is what I want to be watching from RIT right now.
Yes, indeed. And RIT now finally on like their first score deficit of this series, right? And coming out of that their first series we saw them on today against Tennessee Tech, this is not a situation that they like to play at. Once they're down in a deficit, you know, our previous caster mentioned that they don't like playing out of this deficit. It's just so much pressure for them, and Ackman able to take that pressure and run away with it, scoring from the other side of the field.
Yeah, and that's what I mean with these players can get pretty tilted. Like, the fragile mental state that they need to keep up is certainly big for them, but once they have it, they do have it.
Yeah, indeed. And now, with this 3-0 lead for the side of UConn, I honestly, RIT just needs to understand, hey, we've been able to score back. We've been able to have some back-to-back goals. I really think they can bring this back for their side now, but it's looking tougher and tougher for them as this time ticks down. Sunblaze finally going to be able to put one in the back of the net.
And that's that classic give and go. Sunblaze dumps the pass off into the corner to Queso and is right there with the follow-up for the free goal. Nicely done.
Yeah, nicely done indeed. And now RIT, since they're finally on the board, I think they're going to try to come out swinging. Sunblaze and Josh V both committed for that ball, and unfortunately both were unable to do much with it, but this ball is finally on this offensive side. This is where the RIT squad likes to live here on the field, and now Josh V gonna try to set up a play for center for his teammate Queso. Unfortunately, had to rotate back out, but offensive rotation still exists. Josh V gonna try to set up another one, mid ball for Queso, but great save from his team great save for the side of UConn there.
Yeah, that was kind of an effective 2v3 there for UConn to handle on defense, so really good for them to stop that drive.
We are back here. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Yes. Gotcha. Perfect. Sunblaze with an attempted setup over the middle. That was decently centered up, but teammates not there to follow this one up just like that. This looks like Ackman with another one in there. Throws a backflip in there just for a little bit of show. Put a bow on top of that goal.
Yeah, that backflip is definitely really nice. A little bit of style points there, passing it kind of in Sunblaze's direction, but knowing that since Sunblaze is coming in from that angle, that ball is almost always going to go into that goal. 3-point lead now for the side of UConn. Doesn't look too good for our RIT boys here.
Yeah, they wanted to wrap this up 3-0 easily, right, Cub?
Yeah, that's always what they're looking for. These guys are hungry for every win that they can get. But, yeah, they're going to really need to take a second here and start breaking down their communications a little bit better. I think that they're having a little bit of a rough time either explaining plays that they're going for or whatever setup they're trying, and that's just leading to some mistakes that UConn are capitalizing on.
Yes, sir. Mistakes capitalized by UConn yields a 4-1 score for the side of UConn. All right, game number 3. They have taken this. Now we're going to see a little bit of extra Rocket League, a little bit of Game 4 action. Now, will we see a UConn squad take their second here and initiate that reverse sweep opportunity? We'll find out here. What is the real key success on that? What does UConn need to do to come back, take this game number 4, Hans?
Honestly, I've talked about it earlier. I'm going to say it again. RIT is a glass cannon. There were only 3 saves on the side of their squad, and that means there were a heck of a lot of goals on the side of UConn, right? And obviously, their saves are only just on a single player. Unfortunately, it looks like the lobby has been a little bit messed up here. So we're probably going to just take a quick break to get all these guys back into the lobby here. And as soon as we're back, we'll let you guys know.
Back, esports fans. Game number 4 going on between RIT and the University of Connecticut. University of Connecticut able to strike back on this one. A little Game 3 action. That was going their way. A 4-1 for the largest score differential. That's 3 so far today between RIT and UConn. RIT able to take first 2 games by a score difference of 2. See how our UConn does, and if they're able to take this one, push it to another Game 5 after we just saw a Game 5 barn burner between Marquette and Washington State.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing to look out for the side of RIT is that they need to get this first goal. They do not like playing from behind. If this first goal confirms for them, they're going to be able to run away with the game. But if not, I definitely think that UConn has a fighting chance here.
Yeah, RIT always likes playing from ahead.
Definitely. It really plays to their strength of being able to really just kind of have the freedom to go up and make offensive plays with having a little bit of room to play around with, of being ahead on the score line. So they don't have to worry as much about defense. At the same time, they definitely still need to be able to rotate back around. UConn has made their presence known on offense here, so seeing how they'll be responding to that is the key for RIT to get this game 3 for them.
And I definitely think that between this past game, right, when they're down, I feel like RIT's offensive rotations kind of slip up a little bit. You know, you often kind of see like 2 or 3 people in the same corner trying to do almost the exact same play, and you know, they just need to, you know, you have these rotations, be communicative, be open, go on the other side of the pitch. You know, you can make pass plays. A lot of other things happen when you have more members spread out wide, and you saw there 2 members of RIT right in front of the goal. Not something that you want to see.
Off the crossbar there. Sunblaze kind of ready to follow up, but does not commit for it.
Nice, nicely done. That was Queso, excuse me, carrying this one along all across the top of his car. Fantastic block, any other angle, and we'll be seeing these teams line up again. 2 minutes in, no scores quite yet. This one being a little bit different from our other 3 games.
Yeah, and it's not really slow-paced at all. It is these teams kind of just driving back and forth with switching this offensive pressure, and they're pretty heavy on it too. Basically 3v3 on the full offensive push almost every attempt, it seems like.
And I definitely think that, you know, UConn has been adapting well to their opponents, knowing that as long as they just continue playing aggressively, they're going to put a lot of pressure onto RIT, and RIT does not like to play defensively, right? So just a great adaptation from both sides. I definitely think, though, if both teams have an even number of shots on the goal, most likely RIT will be that first team to crack. That was so close from the side of Ackman, but you know, RIT just has not had as solid of a defensive line compared to UConn.
Disaster almost proving the name on that one, just barely getting on the other side of this ball. That would have been an own goal in an absolutely devastating way to start out for UConn if we saw RIT was able to score off that, but did not. Was able to get there. Close, but no cigar. More than 3 minutes into this, still no scores, gentlemen.
Yeah, definitely a very slow game, and I think that, you know, it's just mostly because of the fact that these guys are understanding how to play against each other very well. You see, they've just been going for these shot attempts a lot of the time, and less of these 50-50s, and now Disaster going to try to win that challenge. Passes it to Sunblaze, Sunblaze to Queso. But 3 members of UConn are just sitting there waiting to receive the ball. Oh my god, UConn has just been improving their play miles during this series.
Yeah, RIT has had some really solid offensive opportunities here, David, but it really seems like the UConn school has just come forth and realized what they need to do defensively. All of these have been blocked off, all of these. 3 shots for Queso, for Queso, nothing going in. Other members having similars. This is Josh, got 2 shots, nothing going in. Less than a minute left. We still see nothing. Now we might see this little overtime action. Of course, if RIT takes that, that will be the bow on the present for their game number 4, but UConn has a little bit of momentum behind them. They took last game.
Yup, and now, oh god, this is one of our slowest games. We, like you said, Tug, but we might even go to overtime at 0-0, which is the first time we'll see that today. Not our first overtime though, but 30 seconds left. It is at this point just whoever scores first, in my opinion.
Yeah, as some of my scores here, I really don't see the other team answering back unless it's one of those really, really fast, off the rip 50-50 wins. And those are always wonky anyway. Double demolition. Wow, and Joshi and company still not able to do anything with it?
Yeah, I would have to agree. There's definitely some bit of miscommunication there. 4 seconds left means that most likely, as long as Queso just controls this ball, they're going to try overtime. Overtime at 0-0. This is not something we see. Oh my god. I felt like on the day, I really expected RIT to just be more dominant overall in their group, and it's just not showing.
And how interesting, too, right? Because this is a UConn squad that just lost against Washington State and, oh, I thought that was a score, excuse me. Against Washington State and... oh, sorry.
Bless you.
Go ahead.
No worries. You mentioned they just lost to Washington State. Washington State, also potentially having their game against RIT later today. It just means this is going to bode very well for Washington State in the standings. RIT might not even make it out of their groups today.
I hear you.
Yeah, it's just if I don't see this play getting cleaned up a little more, they definitely have to make something happen. And I mentioned in the beginning of the game, whoever scores first is going to matter the most. It really does matter here in overtime now.
There you go. When you said it, you weren't even sure how right you were, right, David?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's down on the wire here. Sunblaze trying for something. Ackman does get the save there. Chirpa gonna pinch it out.
Okay, so he did get demolished there, right? But the simple fact that Chirpa and the way he hit it, he bought time for his team. He bought time. It's a 3-second respawn, and it's really not that long if you think about it. And your capacity for taking advantage of the numbers, really nicely done. There you go. I'm out here ranting about long points and more as Sunblaze just wants to show us what he's got.
Yeah, and honestly, even though this match does end up going to the side of RIT, I want to say fantastic numbers put up here by UConn. They did very, very well. Amazing number of saves overall. But for now, we are going to kick it to a quick break. We are going to bring in one of these RIT members into the interview box. So don't go anywhere, esports fans. We'll be right back.
What a game. What a game.
Cup, just think of one question for the interview overall. We're probably just gonna all three of the casters pitch in one question, and then we'll get you on out of here.
I'll ask what UConn did to shut down the offensive opportunities because they did have way less of those, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'll ask how.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll ask how their substitution changed up their game.
Gotcha.
How they changed up their game plan.
Sounds good. What's up,
Sunblaze? We have a hot mic. Hot mic.
Hot mic, baby. What's up?
How you doing, Sunblaze?
Up mine.
I'm doing
Tyler
great.
just messaged me. And we are back. I'm FBI Tubboat here with Haunts. We got Cub with us on board, and we got Sunblaze down here with us in the interview box. We're to shoot a couple questions his way. Sunblaze, how you doing, my man?
Doing fantastic. How
I
about
can
yourself?
imagine. I can imagine. You just won that matchup. I just got to cast it. I'd say we're both doing pretty well.
Great to hear.
Yes, sir. First question for you here. There were many different ways the UConn was able to shut down y'all's offensive pushes, but I want to ask how it happened.
They were making some really good saves, especially that last game on the goal line, really getting up in our face when we were taking shots. And also, we kind of just suck at shooting sometimes, to be honest.
We've all been there.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us.
Yes, sir. Cub here has got a question for you.
Yeah, all right. Congrats on the win, Sunblaze, bringing home the honor for the RIT boys. But
Yes, sir.
Just gonna ask you about what was the decision to
Mine, mute yourself.
Just keep going.
Just keep going.
There we go. Anyway, sorry about that, but so what was the decision to sideline Bindo and pull in Queso for Game 2 and the rest of the series?
Bindo had to eat dinner, and he's celebrating his grandfather's birthday, actually. So he had to sit out. There's no real reason other than that.
Yeah, gotcha.
Understandable.
But the first set we played, yeah, we just bad. We were just playing off our game. Not even close to where we wanted to be, you know?
Yeah, do you think that taking Bindo out might have been the right decision overall for the team play, or do you think that you would have won with the 3-0 with him in?
Probably a similar result either way. We feel confident with any lineup going in.
Gotcha. And that conference was definitely a big factor for you guys taking this win. But, you know, we expected you guys to be very dominant coming into today. You know, we did see a little bit of a rough game for you. What was that game 3 like coming for you guys on that loss?
After the losses, I mean, it obviously hurts to lose sometimes, but it has to happen. Learn from it, grow from it.
Sure.
Overall, it's a good bounce back.
Yeah, and as they say, if you lose, you only truly lose if you don't learn from it. And Sunblaze, thank you again for joining us in this interview booth. For now, we are going to get ready for our next game, Tennessee Tech versus Washington State. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the broadcast. My name is Upmine, here for the first time in the night, and joined here, of course, by David, aka Mr. Hans. Hans, you've been here all night, so kind of run me through kind of what we're watching right now. Tennessee Tech and Washington State University.
Yeah, both of these teams actually sitting at 2-0 on the day, so looking to get one of our first losses for these guys. And now we are just about to get ready into this game. Honestly, with the way that Tennessee Tech's been playing throughout this day, beating RIT today, I honestly think that they're most likely going to take this match.
Really? All right. Tennessee Tech did defeat a couple of juggernauts earlier on. I mean, two favorites to make it deep in playoffs. So if I'm being completely honest, Tennessee Tech, just by their form, should be ready and raring to take this one. But we're also talking about Washington State University, a dark horse in this tournament thus far. But, you know, we've been keeping an eye on them.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, SpongeBob already trying to prove me wrong already with a 1-0 lead now for Washington State. Great setup from them. Great, very early goal also means that they're going to start coming on this offense to start.
You have Crispy on the side again. Well, going back towards the defensive side. SpongeBob with a chip in, but it's going to be cleared out by Crispy. Still in the back, over to midfield, actually, it's James. Oh, B900 cool, down to SpongeBob. James not going to be ready for the backboard, instead it's going to be Surges with the clear, and also a counterattack from Surges himself. Passes it off the wall, Crispy with the floater towards goal, but that does not go in. Hans, has this been more or less the same story that we've seen all day? Surges just popping off like that?
Surges popping off, but honestly, Payrod has been popping off the most for me today. I've credited Surges a little bit, but no, I think Payrod's day has been fantastic. He scored almost every goal for 2 games straight, and you know, I think he's been trying to make a name for himself here, and I think the duo of Payrod and Surges has been really fantastic to watch.
Well, good to hear, my friend, because I think at this point, you're going to have to see some more fireworks, because at this point, Washington State University, we saw them earlier this week, have a little bit more of a defensive stance, you know, as parked the bussy as you can get in terms of Rocket League, and insanely counterattack focused. They're one of the teams that they maintain a 1-2 formation, 1 towards mid, 2 always on the defense, and that 1 mid always going to be that anchor towards the front line. So Washington State University, we're going to see a lot of clears from them. We're going to see a lot of big rotations from them. But honestly, Tennessee Tech, a high-scoring squad, a squad that really likes that attacking side, is actually going to have a much tougher time getting balls on net.
Yeah, for sure, but Tennessee Tech has been very hard-pressed for them to get a score in general. B900 Cool James and SpongeBob have been playing a great defensive game so far. Payrod, what a save! And now Crispy's just going to come out, rotate out, trying to get this ball back into the control of Tennessee Tech. Going to play this corner here, passing it off, but straight into the hands of B900 Cool, and plays it off the backboard super well.
Yeah, so again, Tennessee Tech, the rotation being pretty broken there. Payrod, pretty much that first and last point of contact in that goal, and it seems like without him in his position, the rest of the team just turned into headless chickens. That rotation being broken, and Washington State University taking full advantage this far. It's a 3-0 for them as the ball once again goes back in the back lines for Washington State University. They have yet another opportunity, but a big demo is actually going to leave up for a counterattack. Crispy with a shot that's going to hit the post. Still goes down. It's going to be James with the clearance. Surges. What? Surges gets it towards middle off of that, I guess you could say, hybrid pinch off the wall. Something of the sort, but there's still an opportunity here for Tennessee Tech. But good rotations from Washington State University to give this ball away from net.
Yeah, and I definitely think that this 2-match break between the 2 games has not been in the favor of the side of Tennessee Tech. Their plays, their rotations has just been a little bit more off. I want to hope that they've been at least trying to keep warm between these games, but Surge going to look for a setup play here. Unfortunately, a little slow to the goal, straight into the hands of B900. Crispy going to go for a touch, but right off the backboard into the hands of Surges. Unfortunately, not much is going on for the side of Tennessee Tech. These these shots just aren't going towards that goal and guaranteeing it themselves.
Right, absolutely. I mean, again, it just seems like at this point, Tennessee Tech, they're taking this game 1 for the download because they seem super uncomfortable at the moment. I mean, we even see some players from Washington State University literally just baiting out inputs from Tennessee Tech, and I think this is just one of those perfect chances for it, or one of those perfect moments for that. Surge is waiting for a teammate in the back lines, and it just simply doesn't work here, Hans. So I mean, I don't know. So this team just seems, uncomfortable. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know. They seem off. There's a minute left, and it's already 4-0, so they're already thinking about the next game, anyways. But yeah, this is already a little bit disheartening.
Yeah, like you said, I'm probably most likely thinking about this next game with that commanding lead on the side of Washington State, but Tennessee Tech definitely not going to go down without a fight. SpongeBob getting a great demolition on Surges, and that's definitely something that we've mentioned a lot. University of Kentucky is one of these big rivals to Tennessee Tech, and their main way of playing them is just to force them into these corners, force these demos onto them, right? So, if you can keep Tennessee Tech into this tight corner play, they're not going to have much to set up, not many players to set up with. You're going to feel very uncomfortable, and that's what it really is starting to look like.
A-Rod with a shot over to the center. It's going to be a clear from James over to the wing. Crispy has to stop it, but instead still keeps it towards the corner where SpongeBob can still pass it over to the middle. Big pass over to James, but he's out of position. He can still start playing it forward, but instead it's going to be a counterattack started by Payrod, but great rotation again from SpongeBob. Washington State University, again, playing that formation that I mentioned earlier. Always someone in the midfield at all times, and it's just working out perfectly for them at the moment against this Tennessee Tech team. Of course, there's going to be a lot of other, actual aspects to this, but that's at least an important one.
Yeah, then this is definitely not a team that I thought Tennessee Tech was going to struggle with. We seeded these groups in kind of the sense that, I believe that the power ranking going into today was RIT, then Tennessee Tech, Washington State, so on and so forth, right? So this is very unnatural for the Tennessee Tech team. I wanted to see Payrod come out a little more for the day. It's, we said that he's been doing really well, but had less shots on goal compared to the rest of his team.
Right. I mean, that's just kind of a side effect of the fact that Tennessee Tech, their entire team, didn't have many opportunities to shoot, period. I mean, most of those shots in terms of Rocket League stat lines, that's why you can't really trust in-game Rocket League stats all that much, because you boot a ball downfield and that's considered a shot. It's not a feasible shot. It's not a shot on goal in a sense, but no, absolutely. But Tennessee Tech already off the kickoff, so that is unfortunate. But look at the way that this was scored. James back in middle off of a great pass from B900 Cool, and WSU already with a goal on the board, and a flashy one at that. 6 seconds in.
6 seconds in. What a very quick start. And I think that Washington State's been used to these very quick starts. We saw in the previous series that they played, they literally led off with B900 Cool's shots over and over and over, and they're very comfortable playing from this 1-0 lead. And now Tennessee Tech has to answer. It's been very tough for them to do so far in this series.
It has been quite difficult, but it's going to be goals like those that really anyone can score in Rocket League, my friend. You clear it out off of the weak take from Washington State University, or too strong, either one. But too much commitment over to the attacking side, and a big boot from Surges is going to lead into a goal here for Tennessee Tech, their first one.
Yeah, first goal indeed, and that puts them on the board. That helps them reset their mentality a little bit. You're speaking about how Tennessee Tech's mentality is definitely a little bit shaken up, but once you get a point in there, you can definitely start to snowball a little bit for the side of Tennessee Tech,
right?
And they're going to start bringing it out, trying to get some offensive pressure on, but SpongeBob is doing a great job of answering.
Right, absolutely. You regain that quote-unquote lust for goals. You regain that taste for it. So, I don't know, that at least gets your confidence up just a little bit more, but it's shots like those that's going to keep Washington State University real confident. Payrod, he tried to go for a nice clear, but again, yet another clear, yet another save from Payrod goes directly into the corner. Multiple goals coming up from Washington State University has come out from those corner clears from Payrod, and it's starting to stack up a little bit too much. Again, you can't put it all on just this one man, but that's going to be a side effect from this entire team needing to step up, and that's unfortunately not happening. No one's there to support him.
Yeah, and Washington State has been showing that, they've been more comfortable as a team overall. They've been setting up these plays for each other, often passing to each other very, very consistently. And because of that, it makes it seem like the Tennessee Tech team has been playing a little more in shambles, even though they've been having some solid team play today.
Right, and that surprises me too. I mean, seeing Marquette, #1 seed coming from the Big East, and then you also see, every other team in this bracket, in this group, who, I mean, just had a lot of momentum. I mean, you speak of RIT, the #2 seed. They ended up losing to Tennessee Tech. And then you see the games that they end up getting taken by Tennessee Tech, and you're just like, wow, Tennessee Tech should have been seeded higher. And then you look at games like this, and you're just like, wow, all right. Looks like there was just some sort of a single puzzle piece missing from these teams to actually beat Tennessee Tech. It might be linear, but half of the game has gone by, and there's still a lot of Rocket League to be played. Tennessee Tech can still get their swagger back in a sense.
Yeah, and honestly, this game matters so much for these two teams, right? Whoever wins most likely is going to get one of these spots for the top, and
almost certainly, yeah.
Yeah, Washington State is basically saying that, hey, we belong here at the top. Off the ceiling shot, great pass to James. This coordinated play coming out from Washington State has just been so solid to see this game.
And again, you made that point where winner of this one moves on. So, I mean, you also add on the layer that both of these teams, they control their own destiny right now. And that is probably the most punishing thing in sports when you move on into a stage when you simply don't have the right points, when you simply don't have the right wins, and your games are all done. After this, yes, there is going to be one more game for Tennessee Tech and Washington State University to play. But to what extent can they actually take that game? This one is going to be absolutely crucial because they can just confirm it now here, Hans.
Yeah, and I definitely think between the two, it's more important for Washington State to win this, right? They definitely have the tougher opponent of RIT coming up next. Versus Tennessee Tech has to play against UConn, so that might be a little more, I would say, easier of a game, unfortunately, to say, but Washington State definitely looking to close out the series as much as possible. Great save from B900.
Yeah, an amazing save by B900. That was a good prediction on the angle from the aerial, but there's still going to be pressure from WSU going towards the attacking side. And I'm liking this from Washington State University. They're going for these rotations, but something that I haven't realized just yet, they're not actually full rotating on a lot of these plays. You kind of see them start to kind of stagger along the midfield area just to kind of get a full shutdown, like SpongeBob right there. He should have gone all the way back. Any other team would have gone all the way back in that play, but instead he slid over to the middle to try to shut down the counterattack of Tennessee Tech early. And Tennessee Tech, they've been falling victim to that this entire time, but a beautiful, stylish play coming in from Surges into breaking that hex. And now Tennessee Tech, with 45 seconds left in this game, might be able to tie this one up.
Yeah, Payrod has come into this booth before saying that Surges is definitely, although he may not show up in every game, he is one of their more clutch players. He's known for making those plays that can completely turn the tables, and now, oh, how the tables have turned, 1 point difference. But, Tennessee Tech does need to make a score happen in 20 seconds left.
And the ball still stays forward. Great coverage from James. You still see B900 Cool going coast to coast on that take over onto Surges. Surges sees it from a mile away. Still tries to take it forward, but what a great clear from SpongeBob. He's going to be able to do again. Waste some more time. Ball hasn't hit the ground just yet. Crispy deflects it off the top of his car. Surges going to hit the backboard. Oh my god! Surges, are you kidding me? What a double tap! And he's going to tie the game. We have overtime, Hans.
That was the greatest way to confirm an overtime. Overtime at 0 seconds is always something we love to see. 3-3. Surges is getting his groove here, up mind.
That's a little more than its groove here, David. I mean, what? Sure. Clip it and ship it, ladies and gentlemen, because this game simply isn't over. A buzzer beater rebound shot off the wall. I don't even know what to tell you, David. I mean, this started to become a little bit scary here for Washington State University, knowing that they took on such a stylish goal like that. But a big double commit from Tennessee Tech over in the back lines. Demo coming in from Surges. SpongeBob has to play it up all by himself, but a 50-50 and a demo from Surges is going to give this blue team the ball. But a big clear, and Surges already in the back lines. No! Surges! He giveth and he taketh, because look at that.
Oh my god, he passed it straight down to the waiting hands of SpongeBob. Even B900 misses. Surges is absolutely nuts for at least tying up this game, but Washington State gonna bring it to a Game 2 win. Fantastic play, and sometimes I feel like just a little bit of a slip up from Surges there to pass that, just not aware of where the rest of his team is.
Right.
And now we're gonna go to a Game 3 with a 2-0 lead for Washington.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, man. But Surges, what a game! What a game from him. Probably one of the best games that we've seen individually from a player, except for at the end. We're gonna have to dock points from Surges because of the backboard miss. But otherwise, Washington State University, man, I don't know. I want to see just a little bit more style from them, because they're making these look a little bit too fundamental. You know what I mean? Like, you don't want to see that all the time.
Yeah, and I feel like fundamental play, although it's great, it can be a little easy to counter sometimes. But are looking to go into this next game, Game 3. Exciting stuff here. But for now, it looks like we're having a little bit of a lobby issue. I'm not entirely sure, but we're gonna cut to a quick break just to resolve that real quick. Don't go anywhere, esports fans. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. Washington State University currently up 2-0 over Tennessee Tech. And, I mean, Tennessee Tech, off the back of a very heroic performance from Surges, weren't able to eke one out. Hans, at this point, from the playstyle that we've seen from Washington State University, from the formation that Washington State University have been able to take, what exactly can Tennessee Tech change up in their play style at this point?
Well, I think the biggest thing that you pointed out was that Washington State's just been playing a few members on the offense just a little bit further back, trying to respond to some of these bigger plays that Tennessee Tech can eke out, right? Especially with Surges there in the lineup. But Tennessee Tech, I feel like as long as they can clean up this offensive play, they talk a lot about, hey, if one of our players is doing well, we pass right to him. So yo, I want to see more passes to Surges, I want to see more setup plays, and I want to see Surges taking this ball away with style.
So put a focus on Surges, although, I mean, a weird thing also that this team has been going for, you could kind of spot this out on some defensive rotations, Payrod being the defensive anchor for this squad. So I don't exactly know if that's the right move, purely because of how effective Payrod was on the attacking side last game. So again, I don't know how comfortable any of the other players are in terms of defensive rotations, but in terms of effectiveness and history, I would like to see Payrod a little bit more over to the midfield. But for now, it seems like everyone is gelling together just fine. And also, I like to mention, also, I would like to apologize to Chris Bay for saying, no, maybe this guy doesn't actually have the attacking prowess that we thought. No, this guy has 2 goals now.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing is that Washington State has now realized Surges is a huge threat after those big plays that he made last game, right? And now, with Payrod coming out on the day with a pretty big performance, you're seeing a lot of players commit to those 2 members and leaving Chris Bay wide in the open, and he's able to make some of these big plays. Unfortunately, misses there just a little bit, but into the waiting hand of Surges. Surges passes it into the air to B900, and there's a little bit of a back and forth ping pong going on right now.
Just a little tiny bit now that Tennessee Tech finally has some goals under their belt. I want to see a little bit how Tennessee Tech have actually been kind of adjusting things out, because it might just be a slugfest, who knows? I mean, Rocket League, in a sense, it's a lot more dynamic of a game in terms of, who's actually going to win a game. Because if both teams are evenly skilled, we could see just slobber knocker games and just hella goals going back and forth, no matter what formation that you have. So I think at this point, I think my intuition might be a little bit right. Both teams are still playing the same play style as the last one. No real big adjustments. It's just been big goals going back and forth, and James slotting it in top right bins to keep the score within 1.
For sure, and I think that overall Tennessee Tech is just on a higher bit of comfort level. They've been able to, take those 3 goals that they made last game and say, like, hey, we can make things happen. We can make huge plays happen. And oh my god, just a little bit of a defensive slip up there. James ties up this game.
Certainly does, and what a pass from B900 Gruel. I mean, you would call it a slip up, but that was, literally living up to his name. He was so cool on that attack back towards his attacking side. Man, oh man. Halfway through this game, we've seen stuffs, dunks, and huge alley-oops going back and forth for both sides. So I'm actually very excited to see what can actually happen for the rest of our game, because we finally have a rejuvenated Tennessee Tech with the actual passing plays.
Yeah, I would have to agree. And I think the biggest thing for me is that they've been also cleaning up their defensive play. On that last shot from the side of Washington State, they had 3 members committed to the front of goal, although that is a lot to commit. They all went up at about the same time, knew when this ball was going to hit this back line for them, and just are able to answer very well defensively. Now, going on this offensive rotation, Payrod setting it up to Crispy. Crispy going to take it out of the corner, hoping to get a center ball, but Payrod just had to get challenged by B900 Cool there, unfortunately, but Washington State going to try to make another play happen. This back and forth is going to start happening here at midfield until one team can get really good control of this ball.
Position play is the name of the game, potentially, because here it comes again, yet another opportunity, a big opportunity from one of these squads, and it's going to be Tennessee Tech this time getting themselves a goal. I mean, we've seen this situation more than a couple of times in this game. Double commit, triple commit, making things look cool, and somehow that ball slips on through. I don't know what kind of trend this is, David, but this is honestly looking pretty good on the eyes.
Yeah, definitely looking very good for Tennessee Tech, and looking good for chances to go to a Game 4 here, but Washington State gonna try to answer this back. They are on the offensive side. SpongeBob getting a solid pass to James. Wow. What's a score? What a corner shot.
Oh, 6. SpongeBob with a great pass. And James using his momentum back from the blue corner, right into the corner of the net. I mean, that is just sick. Now it's 3-3 with just over a minute left.
Yeah, a little bit over a minute left, like you said, and now we could potentially see overtime at this tie score, 3-3. But, you know, with a minute left, there still could be anybody's game, anybody's ball, anybody's chance to take this game away. Washington State would obviously love to close it here.
Surely so, amigo. And now, Surges making his way on in. Okay, Payrod, I see you. No longer in his defensive little anchor type style here. He's going to wait out. And I might just be wrong. Because the 2-1 formation comes in. Payrod playing the attacking. Then the 2 players rotate in. Payrod rotates out. 2 players leave. Payrod comes in. Love it. Love the change. Love this. Pretty much just the switch up from this Tennessee Tech side. And again, that's exactly what I wanted. I wanted to see some sort of drastic change, or at least a little bit more of a focus on a stacked defense or a stacked rotation. And that's exactly what we're seeing. 20 seconds left. Can this one go to a game 4, my friend?
It definitely looks like it can. I think that Payrod, like you said, enabling him to make these plays has just been so fantastic for the Tennessee Tech team. You know, if he just stays on defense, he's not able to get those high goal numbers that he was able to earlier on in the day, and Tennessee Tech is just going to try to keep this ball alive, hit the ground. Tennessee Tech going to take their first game of this series.
So finally a game for Tennessee Tech, and I mean, we expected a close one at the very beginning, but we really didn't expect Washington State to really come out flying like that. But wait, we've seen already a reverse 2-0. We haven't seen a reverse 3-0 just yet. But if there's any team that can do it, it might as well just be Tennessee Tech. So, Hans, what are the chances at this point that we do see that that mythical reverse 3-0?
Honestly, I definitely think it is quite possible. It seems like they have finally unlocked a little bit of the team here for Tennessee Tech. If Payrod is going to continue making those plays, I definitely think that this reverse can happen. Now, getting set up for game 4 here. Immediately, Payrod's going to try to come out a little bit, going to set up an immediately corner play for the side of Tennessee Tech, but B900 Cool is not going to let it happen. Surges off the crossbar, unfortunately.
So yet another early chance for our boys here in Tennessee Tech, and they're going to go for yet another shot. It's going to be Crispy trying to hit it off backboard, but great backboard defense once again. I mean, great backboard rotation, period. You're not exactly going to have a player ready at all times for a backboard attack like that, but good stuff, good adjustment coming in from the side. Now James switches up his position last minute. He was about to go up, he lands back down, and he takes that ball away over to the side. 40 seconds in, multiple chances coming in from Tennessee Tech. A double tap on that ball is still going to take themselves over to the other side. Washington State University getting closer and closer to their first real opportunity of this game, but Tennessee Tech, they look rejuvenated.
Yeah, rejuvenated indeed. And now Payrod already going to try to make those plays happen. You said that he's usually the defensive anchor, but a great setup for Surges. SpongeBob in the right spot to make that save happen. Payrod going to go back up in the air, but loses that 50-50 there. That Surges gets to be able to play that ball off. Surges versus B900 Cool is a matchup that I was a little bit interested to see, and boy, has it been paying off here.
Oh, certainly. I mean, Surge is having one of his best games that we've seen thus far, and same thing with our opposing side, but I mean, going back to just our game period, 2 players that we haven't mentioned, James and SpongeBob, combining for a goal, and that's going to be Washington State University with the lead. And of course, if the goal stays to be the only one, or if the scores stay the same, it's going to be the 3-1 victory for Washington State University in a spot in playoffs. This is technically already playoffs, but we could call it the knockout stage in a sense.
Yeah, for sure. And between these 2 teams, you know, these teams we mentioned earlier are vying for that guaranteed spot to go on to Sunday. So very excited to see what comes out of this. SpongeBob going to go into the air, gets a pass to Payrod, who's already ready and waiting in center field. Unfortunately, taps it on over to a non-teammate, and Crispy going to be in front of that net, trying to set up some more passes. This has been really tough to challenge Washington State in front of their net.
Surely Amigo, and now yet another rotation coming in. I want to see, at least from this Tennessee Tech side, what they have in terms of midfield presence. Surges has been staying a little bit more, I guess we could say, conservative over to the backside, trying to act as more of an anchor, and it's just not working. You don't have any of your teammates ready for any backboard, and having a single player in goal isn't exactly going to work out for your team in terms of Rocket League. So now you do see a little bit more of a focus now that the rotations have come in, but that's unfortunate for Crispy. Now Surges has to go up. B900 Cool attacks him midair. Crispy gonna miss out on his shot. James, he's gonna have a big opportunity for a clear. Save with B900 Cool, but he's gonna miss out on his flip. Crispy with an opportunity. James trying to clap back, but he also whiffs. Whiff after whiff going towards both sides. Surges with a pinch. Gonna go coast to coast. And now finally a clear.
Yeah, these whiffs aren't something you'd like to see on either side. And with this game being so close, 1 point differential, you know, we saw some of these games being pretty high scores for some of these. You know, we saw a 4-3 game and another 4-3 game right afterwards. And compared to those, this match has been so slow so far. 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Tennessee Tech is definitely going to have to put a ball into this goal in order for them to at least attempt this reverse sweep.
Yeah, surely Friendo, and I mean, a minute left, that's gonna boot on the pressure a little bit more. The anticipation is building, but you know, let's kind of hold off that anticipation for now, because at this point, both crowds are gonna be anticipating the next goal, because Payrod coming in super clutch